Good morning and welcome everyone to the 4th Annual Security Challenges in Latin America Forum, hosted by both SAIS and the Perry Center. This year, we're integrating both our learned experiences of hosting the forum under a virtual format last year and via an in-person format the years prior, hosting it this year in a hybrid format. This medium has given us the opportunity to allow even more people to attend without the limitations of physical space. As of this morning, we had over 300 people registered for today's discussion, both over Zoom and in person. And what this does is really demonstrate to us the enthusiasm and interest that everyone has on this subject. 4 years ago, we created this forum to create a space for Latin Americanists to come together under the banner of two incredible institutions, Johns Hopkins SAIS and the Perry Center, to discuss and share ideas and issues involving the security and defense sphere in the region. Our concept is simple. Every year, we focus on a different specific topic within the security and defense space. Last year, for example, we tackled the theme of looking at Latin America and its role in the world order. Hence last year's name, Latin America and the World Stepping Up. This year's forum is focused on the intersection of gender and security in the region. Hence this year's name, Security, Defense, and Gender in Latin America. What are the impacts? 2 days ago, on March 8th, we celebrated International Women's Day, and March is Women's History Month. It is in this spirit of this month that we're focusing on this pressing theme. And while this is a matter we need to pause and take the time to analyze in depth, it is also one that we should always be considering the forefront of all our considerations, whether discussing politics, formulating policy, or implementing programs. This is especially true when it comes to analyzing the role of gender in security and defense sphere. In 2020, 4,091 women were victims of femicide in Latin America. And this does not cover the entire range of violence against women. While Latin America remains the most violent region in the world, accounting for 1/3 of all homicides, despite only having 8% of the world's population, women are a central element in this tragedy. They are forced to endure violence while also working and caring for our young. Women are a part of all the sides of the security and defense sphere. While they receive the brunt of violence, they must be a part of the solution as well. Two researchers, Lou Hong and Scott Page, conducted a study on complex problem solving and found that a random, diverse group of intelligent problem solvers always outperformed or will outperform the best problem solvers. The key differentiating variable is diversity. In this context, integrating women at all levels of security and defense and security institutions is critical not only to solving the issues of violence against women, but in solving and reducing all forms of violence that fester in the region. Women still represent only 4% of the armed forces in the region. However, countries are beginning to show promising signs in integrating women. In Jamaica, for example, Rear Admiral Antoinette Guaymas Gorman is the first woman to serve as the Chief of Defense. In Ecuador, General Tania Gioconda Varela recently became the first woman to serve as the Commanding General of the National Police. And even here in the US, General Laura Richardson is currently the first woman to serve as the US Southern Command Commanding General. As we begin to build more diverse groups of problem solvers, we'll begin to tackle all sides of insecurity in the region. This includes both the pull and push factors that lead people to commit violent acts and join illicit groups. These solutions will inevitably involve reducing the incentives for people to join illicit organizations, and women play a role in these enterprises as well, whether as mulas, sicarias, or guerrilla members. However, their incentives many times differ from those of men, and understanding those dimensions are a crucial component to this complex problem that plagues the region. Under this context, we have armed the day with 3 panels and 1 keynote speaker, which will help us look collectively at the various angles of the intersection of women, defense, and security. Our first panel we've titled Integrating Women in Security and Defense Institution, which will take a look at how the region is moving forward at integrating women in the defense and security institutions. Some nations have progressed further than others, and understanding what has worked and what are some of the remaining obstacles is important to understand, as is the role of the U.S. in helping this initiative. Our second panel is titled Violence Against Women. During this session, we will look at all the various forms of violence, from domestic violence to femicide, to understand all its elements to include its effects on the economy, society, and politics, and what initiatives have so far worked in addressing this ill, and which have not. After this panel, we'll take a lunch break for an hour and a half, and when we return at 2 p.m., we'll resume the forum with a conversation with a former Minister of Government of Ecuador, Maria Paula Romo, who will bridge all three panels throughout the day and will give us her thoughts on the overarching theme from a Latin American perspective. After our keynote, we'll conclude with our third and final panel titled Women in Illicit Enterprises. During this panel, we'll explore the different roles women play in these organizations and what are the push and pull factors that drive women towards them. We'll also take a look at initiatives that curb this reality. On a personal level, I look forward to everyone's thoughts and hearing what everyone has to say on these topics. While I've focused on security in the region for the better part of my career, this forum really will help me understand and help my understanding of the intersection of gender and security in the area, where I admittedly feel I still have much to learn. Throughout the day, we highly encourage and look forward to everyone's questions, which will help us expand this critical conversation. So in advance, thank you everyone for deciding to take the time to participate in a very enlightening day. At this point, I'd like to introduce Dr. Scott Tolson, the Dean of the Perry Center, for some introductory remarks before we start our first panel.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that very much. Good morning. Buenos dias. Bon dia. On behalf of Lieutenant General Frederick Rudesheim, the director of the Perry Center, I would like to thank the Johns Hopkins University and the School of Advanced International Studies, or SAIS as we call it, for co-sponsoring this forum and for hosting this event. I would like to welcome and thank all of you who are joining us today in person, thank you, and those who are on Zoom for this fourth annual Security Challenges in Latin America Forum. I would like to extend a special welcome to our Perry Center alumni and partners. The Perry Center has a vast network of over 9,000 alumni, graduates from our courses and seminars, and they are the heart and the soul of the Perry Center. The Perry Center is located at National Defense University in Washington, D.C. This year we are celebrating our 25th anniversary, our silver anniversary. And on behalf of the Department of Defense, our center focuses on defense and security in this hemisphere. We do this through education, outreach, and research. We work across 4 programs: defense governance, human rights and the rule of law, cybersecurity, and combating transnational threat networks. We also sponsor several major initiatives, which include Women in Peace and Security. That initiative is led by Dr. Fabiana Sofia Pereira. It is primarily under this banner that we assemble today to discuss security, defense, and gender in Latin America. We are doing this during International Women's Month and 2 days after International Women's Day. I would like to acknowledge all the strong women who are joining us today, in person and virtually, who are working in peace and security. Our humble thanks to you. It is an honor and a pleasure to work with SAIS. The Perry Center and SAIS share much in common, including shared values, such as the importance of international cooperation in search of a more just, prosperous, and peaceful world. It is those shared values that join us today as we focus on defense and security challenges in our hemisphere. Those challenges are vast and complex and require frameworks and solutions that cut across disciplines and borders. And those challenges require the active involvement of men and women at all levels of policy formulation and execution. Before closing, I would like to pause and to note that in our shared values and in our search for a more just, prosperous, and peaceful world, that we stand in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine who are fighting today for their very lives and freedom. In closing, I want to thank Jim Marquardt and Dr. Fabiana Pereira who have taken the lead in organizing today's event. And I want to thank all who are participating as panelists and moderators today. They represent a broad range of experience in both public and private sectors. They also offer a diversity of perspectives, which we as a center embrace. I know that we are in for a treat today. So to all of you, muchas gracias, muito obrigado, thank you. Jim, back to you.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to start with our first panel, and I'll just go over the administrative notes really quick. For those of you coming into Zoom just now, we do offer simultaneous interpretation in Spanish. Just have to press the icon on the bottom right of the screen that has a little globe for it to switch to Spanish. Also, during the panel, we will offer Q&A chat window for those in Zoom, where everyone can put their questions, which will then be handed to the moderator to ask during the latter half of the panel. For those in person, when we begin the Q&A session, please raise your hand and one of our representatives will come and hand a microphone to you when we enter the Q&A session. Again, we encourage everyone to include their name and organization when asking a question or when writing in the chat window. So without further ado, and at this point, I'd like to introduce a good friend of mine, an accomplished academic, Dr. Fabiana Pereira, who is one of our professors or one of the professors at the Perry Center, which will lead our next panel. Thank you, Fabiana.
Hello. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Dr. Tolleson. Good morning. It is my most sincere pleasure to be here this morning to moderate this panel as part of our 4th annual Hemispheric Forum. I feel a little bit like we're in a TV show, not just because of our Oprah-style setup up here, but also because we're fortunate to have both an in-person audience that's enjoying coffee and pastry. So for the people that didn't come in person, I'm sorry. But also I know we have hundreds of people joining on Zoom. And this morning we're here to talk about women's participation in security and defense. As a way of introduction to the topic, I'll say only that, of course, we know that women's participation is one of the pillars of Women, Peace, and Security Resolution, which was adopted by the United Nations. So an idea shared by all the countries in the world, not something that is unilateral in any way. Women's participation is, I think, the key to the other topics we're going to talk about today, which is why we decided to put this panel first. I also thought it is very meaningful that we have assembled such a diverse array of panelists representing the importance of incorporating everybody in this effort. So I'll briefly introduce them, and then they will say their remarks starting from furthest from me and ending in closest to me. So for our panel on women's participation this morning, we are overjoyed to have Admiral Ravelo. Admiral Alexandra Ravelo is the chairman of the Council of Delegates of the InterAmerican Defense Board. The InterAmerican Defense Board is the highest level permanent meeting of security and defense for Latin America, and we are lucky that it's housed right here in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, Admiral, for coming here to speak with us today. We have Ms. Corey Flesser, who's the Senior Advisor for Women, Peace, and Security, and a woman civilian, so explaining my diversity theme here. Ms. Flesser is a very accomplished subject matter expert on women, peace, and security who has experience in the Africa region, but also around the world. And she's joining us from the Pentagon. So she came from the other part of town from across the region. And closest to me, we have Lieutenant Colonel Julia Turner. I actually almost never say her full name. Lieutenant Colonel Dewey Turner, who is the Chief for Women, Peace, and Security at the United States Southern Command. And she came the furthest, having traveled all the way from Miami to be with us today, which I think is a very clear demonstration of how important this issue is to Lieutenant Colonel Turner and to her commitment to this issue. And she is one of our brave women in uniform. Thank you to all three of you. We have a mic closest to there. It's very important for people joining on Zoom and for the interpretation that we all speak into our mics. So, sir, if you can please speak. Thank you.
Well, Mrs. Michelle Struck, Lieutenant Colonel Duila Turner, Doutora Fabiana Pereira, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to congratulate our women for the International Women's Day, celebrated worldwide on March 8th, and Johns Hopkins University for holding the fourth annual security challenges in Latin America, especially for selecting the theme, gender and its impact on defense and security in Latin America for this year's discussions. It's an honor for the IDB to participate on this panel, sponsored by the School of Advanced International Studies and the Paris Center, and co-host the stage with such distinguished and qualified panelists, moderator, and audience. Before addressing the theme directly, I'd like to speak briefly about the InterAmerican Defense Board, which this year celebrates 80 years of existence and has established itself as the oldest active multinational defense institution in the world. We are an entity of the Inter-American system led by the Organization of American States, to whom we provide the consulting, technical, and educational advice on hemispheric defense and security. The board's highest body is the Council of Delegates, currently composed of civilian and military representatives from 27 of the 34 countries of the OAS. It's also assisted by 8 observers countries, 7 from Europe and 1 from China. The Council of Delegates supervises and deliberates on the activities carried out by the IADB's 2 executive organs, the Secretariat and the Inter-American Defense College. The Secretariat oversees technical works in essential areas such as disasters response, humanitarian operations, cyber defense, arms control, confidence and security building measures, and maritime security. The Inter-American Defense College, which this year completes 6 years, executes academic activities and provide a high-quality master's level course for qualifying civilian and military personnel in defense and security, according to the OAS and its member states' priorities. Of course, historical milestones of the IADB and the IADC are reasons for pride and happiness. But looking at the relevant worries and threats on the continent, and especially the very recent events at the global level, the time seems more appropriate for reflections than for celebrations. But let's go what brings us here, which is to contribute to discussions on women's participation and integration on hemispheric defense and security. When we analyze under the magnifying glass of history, adjusting it to the present time, some things may sound unbelievable, such as restrictions to the right to vote, impediments to executive and political positions, denial of access to universities, work autonomy, or even citizen autonomy prohibitions. We must pay homage to those who have built revolutionary and essential changes in our societies regarding to greater participation and integration of women in all fields of human activity under the perspective of fair equity. In my modest opinion, this considerably rapid evolution was only possible because of the maturing and improvement of democracy in our continent. It's not a perfect process, but it's really a fundamental aspect for us to continue evolving. On defense, I can tell you that the participation and integration of women in the armed forces in the Americas are following an upward trend quantitatively and qualitatively. Some countries, not by chance the most developed ones, such as the US and Canada, have a more extended and comprehensive history of women participation and integration. And allow me to specifically mention Canada, one of the hemispheric reference countries on gender issues alongside the US. Currently, the following positions in Canada's political military structures are held by women: Governor General and Commander-in-Chief of Canadian Armed Forces, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Ministers of National Defense, National Security Advisor, and Deputy Chief of Staff. In terms of the head count, 23% of the positions in Canada's Department of National Defense are held by women, and 16 of the Canadian Armed Forces are women, with prospects of increasing to 25% by 2026. The particularization of the Canadian case seems pertinent to me for some relevant aspects. I would like to highlight two of them. First, political action and social commitment. This means that political action and its acceptance by society are essential to the process involving participation in the integration of women in the various fields of professional activity, including defense and security. And second, in the specific case of defense, the necessary broad process of education, the implementation of control mechanisms, and logistical and technological adjustments to promote evolution without compromise the efficiency and the effectiveness of the forces. The participation of women in the continent's armed force is not a recent development. Women have been part of the personnel in several countries for some time. In the very beginning, this participation was centered on support sectors such as military medicine and social assistance. Over time, women have also begun to occupy positions in other areas, such as administration, military justice, information technology, engineering, factory, and many others. However, they are still concentrated on support and administrative activities. Women's participation in operational units and direct combat is a more recent trend in some countries and has not yet been consolidated uniformly on the continent. I understand that this is an evolving process driven by the initiatives, experiences, and results of the countries that are leaders in this process, such as the US and Canada. I believe that this process was effectively boosted by the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, which implemented the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda. This decision and political action of global range have been incorporated nationally by vast majority, if not all of the countries of the Americas. In many ways, observation shows us that the participation of male contingents in military operations results in improved efficiency and effectiveness, especially in those operations where women can contribute with their superior skills, such as humanitarian operations and peace operations. In general, I believe that the participation of women allows or favors a more holistic view of the military problem and the planning and execution of more far-reaching actions and better and more effective results over time. In this sense, we can say that women operate as a crucial multiplier force factor. I believe that the greater participation of women in operational functions is conditioned to the implementation of integration policies, which involves a broad process of education aimed at preparing the forces themselves. This aspect recommends prudence in management since it involves structural and cultural change that require time to consolidate learning and practices. I also see that the implementation of the adequate control mechanism is essential for preserving discipline and hierarchy, guaranteeing and maximizing positive results, and reducing and eliminating risks. I believe that necessary measures involve, to some extent, making or present the military career as an increasingly attractive option for women, despite the risks inherent in military profession. Another important aspect is the natural adjustments that must be promoted in the institutions for training and qualifying personnel, and in materials for military use, be they individual equipment or complex systems. These are measures that require investments which are not always available. Functionally, I understand that physical force requirements can also be an intrinsic limitation in some military activities, which tend to disappear shortly due to natural scientific and technological development. It seems complicated for countries to establish levels of participation of women in the armed forces in the future. But just to give you some updated data, women represent 14.4% of personnel in the armed forces in Chile, 11.3% in Mexico, 13.4% in Brazil. These are significant numbers and compatible with some European countries. According to the 2019 NATO Gender Committee report, the average participation of women in the armed forces in the alliance countries was 12%. I understand that these numbers reflect the portrait of women in which women's participation is possible, considering the structural limitations and associated risks, the attractiveness of the career, and the effectiveness and efficiency of the forces profiles, especially in operative functions. I'm sure that these values will increase shortly, especially if we consider that the increase of the armed force areas of actuation, the hybrid threats, and the greater integration of defense and security, executing interagency operations. And finally, understand that the IADB can develop a more comprehensive work on the WPS agenda, considering its range of action in 27 American countries. In this sense, we are looking for strategic partnerships to structure data collection, to support scientific research, and monitor activities and initiatives, which are fundamental to support discussions for appropriate and fundamental political decisions and actions. Finishing, I would like to take this opportunity to promote the Women, Peace and Security webinar that the IADB will hold on April 28th, where some of the aspects I have just mentioned will be present and discussed. IADB would be glad to receive you all aboard on this webinar on April 28th. You can fill all the details on the board's website. Well, thank you very much. Sorry for my bad English. It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, very much for your very thoughtful remarks and for joining us today. Certainly your presence here is at such a high rank is a very clear signal to the region of the importance of women, peace, and security, and moreover, of the importance of getting everybody involved in this effort. Women's participation is not specific to women or to women in uniform or to civilian women or to professors. Probably least of all to professors. It's a whole of security and defense approach, and your presence here serves as a very clear signal of that. I took notes and I have questions for the end, but right now we'll move on to Ms. Flesser, who will give her remarks. Thank you so much, Corey, for joining us today.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. Sir, it's an honor to be on a panel with you. Lieutenant Colonel Turner, it's been way too long since we've seen each other, and same to you, Dr. Ferreira. So first, my name is Corey Flesser. I am from the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense's Office for Global Partnerships and the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. And we oversee the department's defense policy efforts for women, peace, and security. There's a team of about 4 of us that work in support of our DASD to figure out the policy and the practice and the different things that we need to put in place in order to enable the implementation of the U.S. Women, Peace, and Security legislation. So I figured I would give a few contextual remarks on just the department's overview for how we think about women, peace, and security, and specifically how it relates to advancing women's participation in defense and security institutions. And then I thought I might address some of the benefits to doing so, as well as some of the challenges that, even with all the progress that we've made globally, there are certainly still challenges at play. So the Admiral gave a great introduction to, UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which, if we all know, it came out in the year 2000. It has these 4 pillars that really look at advancing women and a gender perspective within peace and security decision-making in particular. Women's participation obviously is one of the most important ones, but additionally, it advances the protection of women. It seeks to prevent violence against women, and then also enables access to women's relief and recovery. From the U.S. perspective, we currently have U.S. legislation on women, peace, and security, and we are the only country, maybe there's one other country in the world that has domestic level legislation that translates that International Security Council resolution to our own domestic policy. And this came out in the year 2017 and was absolutely helpful for the U.S. government effort for implementing the women, peace, and security legislation, and really did help advance the different efforts that we had already ongoing because of the U.S. National Action Plan that came out in 2011 and then was updated in 2016. We also currently have a U.S. strategy on women, peace, and security, which helps guide the efforts of the State Department, Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and U.S. Agency for International Development, so that we're working with complementary efforts for addressing different gender and security issues across our work with partner nations. Each department and agency also has its own implementation plan. So you can see there's this really sort of lovely cascading effect of documents and guidance that say, this is something that we need to do. This is part of national security dialogue. This is part of national security decision-making. And it's also important and necessary for it. So the DoD has its own strategic framework and implementation plan on women, peace, and security. And we have 3 overarching defense objectives that really guide the department's work in this space. The first is Defense Objective 1. It focuses on modeling women, peace, and security as a defense institution. And this is where you see a lot of work from our Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness Office, together with our military departments and services, to focus on the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility work that we now see. This is also where you see Secretary Austin's initiative on the Independent Review Commission to address sexual assault in the military that he initiated this past February, which came out with a series of recommendations for the department for overhauling our response to addressing sexual assault among our own armed forces. And this really first defense objective helps the department work with partner nations and act credibly, because we ourselves are trying to hold ourselves accountable and uphold the principles of women, peace, and security, while we simultaneously work with partner nations abroad to help their defense institutions do the same. This brings me to my second defense objectives for our plan, which is focused on advancing women's participation in partner nation defense and security sectors. And this is, I think the greatest example I hear is from U.S. Southern Command and the efforts of Lieutenant Colonel Turner and her team to work with partner nations on how we remove barriers to women's progress in defense institutions and also amplify opportunities so that they can remain in the defense and security world and see upward mobility in their careers. Because really what we're trying to advance here is not simply adding more women and more women and more women, but women's meaningful participation, meaning that they are sitting at the table, they are in decision-making roles, they are overseeing forces, they are in leadership positions. And we also know that there are just systemic barriers at play that prevent women from staying in the armed forces long enough to get to those points in their careers. And so certainly a key aspect of this defense objective is working with partner nations and certainly tailoring things from the US context for our own path of gender integration, to share lessons learned, to see where partner nations are at, to exchange information and try to work at the institutional level to advance women in defense and security sectors. The third and final defense objective that we work on is more operational in nature. It seeks to enhance the protection of civilians with a specific focus on women and girls. And this is where you see the department's efforts to work specifically with operators so that they can look at an operational environment, mitigate the unintended consequences of military action, understand the unique and different security needs of men, women, boys, girls, and other gender minorities that will be in the space that they're operating, ensure that there are accountability and justice mechanisms in place for preventing things like sexual exploitation and abuse, or recognizing indication and warning for conflict-related sexual violence. That final defense objective really does speak to the protection and the prevention pillars of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and is really amplified in the US legislation. So that's really the quick overview of what the department looks at from a strategic standpoint and how we really use this higher guidance to focus our efforts within our mission authorities and resources to partner with nations on advancing women, peace, and security globally. So I think I'd really turn now to some of the benefits of doing this. I think if you showed up today in the room or if you're on the Zoom panel, you already recognize that gender equality and national security are inextricably linked. So I don't have to make that case to you here, but we do know that where women's empowerment occurs, nation states are stable longer and experience less instability and fragility over time. And I think we've seen this with a lot of countries who have adopted different types of policies to advance women's empowerment across different sectors, be it economic, health, defense and security, which brings us here today. And so we know this to be the case. And so the obvious benefit is that this helps stability. Gender equality is part and parcel of national security and stability. This happens in two ways. I like to think of adding a gender perspective or applying a gender perspective in two ways. One is from the diversity aspect, where we're looking to have more people with different personal backgrounds and experiences contribute to national security conversations and decision-making. And that is because we all know that our own individual experiences shape how we look at the world. It shapes how we look at conflict. It shapes our approaches to resolving conflict. And we want that kind of thinking and diverse thinking inside of the national security apparatus of our countries. Let's go with that, right? So that's the first way that I like to think about women's participation and applying a gender perspective. The second way is really using gender as an analytical lens to view conflict and to see national security problem sets. We know that gender is core to people's identity. It is a social construct that is different across nation states, across time. It evolves in different spaces. We know it's very fluid and dynamic. And so we know that this is definitely something that is part and parcel of the root causes of instability in a way that our operators and our national security practitioners need to know. So I often use gender as a starting point to understand the human domain of operating environments, to understand human complexity and decision-making. Why are adversaries acting in a certain way? Why are men in certain ways contributing to illicit behavior where women are enabling illicit behavior in certain ways, and trying to unpack what that means from the different roles they play in their own societies. This is the information that we're trying to ensure is mainstreamed throughout the department's operations, activities, and investments, because it informs the way that we look at national security problem sets, and it informs the way that we drive solutions. I will close my comments with highlighting some challenges, but I promise it'll be on a high note, because it's not all challenging. We have some incredible wins that we've experienced. So I think one of the challenges that we all know is that this takes time. We often say in our department that women's empowerment, women, peace, and security, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We have definitely come out of the gate, we're running really fast. But we know that this is sometimes something that takes a lot for a US government, specifically the Department of Defense, to look at the different way it can break down barriers, to look at the way that it can train and educate its staff and forces. These things do take time. The second challenge is that they often also need resources. Everything needs resources. And so we know for the women, peace, and security agenda in particular, that it is often difficult sometimes for defense and ministries of defense to find the resources to commit personnel, to commit training to different people, to establish programmatic efforts across the departments that really enable this work to take hold and to be institutionalized. And so resources is one of the biggest things that we can advocate for, is ensuring that our efforts don't go unfunded or underfunded, but really are given the the sufficient time and resources so that they can do the work that is necessary. I will end on my positive note, which is the passion for the people who do this work across defense and security institutions is absolutely inspirational. I know that every day the combatant command gender advisors that we have in the Department of Defense go into work and really just work so hard to take small steps and big steps to advance the women, peace, and security legislation at their command and subcomponent level. We are very fortunate that Lieutenant Colonel Turner is here today, and I hope she's able to give examples of the great work of U.S. Southern Command in working with its partners in your theater, because that is some of the best partnerships that we've really seen, and the real intentional and concrete steps. And it's really due to the passion and the work of the communities, not only in the DoD, but U.S. government-wide and in other nations that really help this mandate take hold and really become far and advanced. So thank you again for inviting me here to speak. I look forward to your questions, and I will turn it back to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I will underscore Ms. Blesser's remarks by saying that she has worked in a lot of the areas that she talked about and on a lot of those documents, including the Strategic Framework Implementation Plan. And here I'm going to take a parenthesis to be a professor for our alumni. So Strategic Framework Implementation Plan is a document that came out of the Pentagon that really explained to everybody working in DoD what it was that we were supposed to actually do to advance women, peace, and security, and how we were going to be measured. Like, how do we know that we're going in the right direction, right? She said it's a marathon, but it's not running 42 kilometers, because we have more alumni. It's not running 42 kilometers that way. It tells us which way we're supposed to be going so that we don't start going off in the right direction. And in my professor parentheses, I'll say that this wasn't just a document that's like online and nobody has read. A big part of this was a socialization process, which actually involved all three of us being in the same room and being in an email chain that hasn't ended years later. Like, there's not a week that goes by that I don't get an email from either, like from one of them or both of them. So institutions are not just the documents you create. It's nice to have a document or an International Women's Day or a Women's History Month. But what we're looking for is that action, is bringing those institutions into action. So I will say that this team has done a great job of that, and toward advancing meaningful participation, which, as Ms. Blesser said, building on the Admiral's remark, is not just about the quantity of women, the 14% or the 16, but about the quality. What roles are they doing? Lieutenant Colonel Turner has done a lot of those roles. She is, can I say that, close to retirement? Lieutenant Colonel Turner is close to retirement after a very long career of service in the United States Air Force that has included multiple deployments, including in humanitarian missions, which were some of the ones that the Admiral mentioned. But the one that I want to highlight, which is my favorite, personal favorite, is that Lieutenant Colonel Turner supported Air Force One as part of her career. So she got to tell the president's plane whether it could go or not, which again highlights to me that women's meaningful participation is important across all areas, not just the ones that first come to our mind. Lieutenant Colonel Turner, we're ready for your remarks.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to start by saying a very loud and resound thank you to the Perry Center for the partnership. Our program at Southcom Women, Peace, and Security would definitely be not the same without you, Dr. Pereira, and with the Perry Center. And also thank you to SAIS for hosting this, for taking in consideration this important topic of gender integration. And most importantly, thank you to all of you who took the time to be here with us in person or in Zoom. It matters when people have an interest, because if we're just the few of us in a room, we would not see significant change. So you being here demonstrates that there is a future ahead of us and it's bright. I was asked to ask about the progress in the participation of women, and sir, ma'am, you have done such a great job that my 15-minute speech will be just about 5 now. We covered all the topics, but I must say, congratulations to Brazil. In my 25 years of experience in the military, the finest peacekeepers I have met come from Brazil, and many are women, self-driven women, women who have been in difficult areas of the world and every day stand up to defend Brazil, defend the principles, democratic principles of Brazil. So I'm very proud to have a connection with Brazil, sir. And with Corey, amazing leadership here, talking about the directives, the politics that go into it, connecting the dots, all this overarching topics that she mentioned, and that makes it a lot of times easier for us when we have that quarterbacking to translate these big ideas, right? The law, the strategies into action. So thank you. And you're right, we do have sometimes at Southcom and as a gender advisor, big steps, short steps, a lot of low crawling for sure, to try to implement activities for women, peace and security. So I was just thinking about what to talk about today. One is really, what does it mean, the meaningful integration of women and why it is important would be one topic I'd like to discuss. The progress that we have seen from a Southcom Women, Peace and Security perspective, and also the way ahead and how to measure progress. We already talked that what is the meaningful integration of women is a mix of quality and quantity. So sometimes in our community, we say, well, just adding women steering and saying, voila, we have integration. Thank you. Great to have backup redundancy. So that's not the answer. We need to go further than that. And I have not really seen, and here like hand for students of international relations, a really good definition of what is the meaningful integration of women. There's no real good definition yet, right? But there's data, very important data that comes from the field that indicates this particular studies that have been done with peacekeepers, that when women are part of teams at 30%, at a number of 30% or more, we see a significant reduction in gender-based violence and sexual-based violence among these teams. Well, one can infer that maybe is because at 30%, we start seeing the normalization of women in uniform or in crisis or in combat. So that maybe is a number we could go for. In the private sector, we see that number too, where in the private sector, I have heard from CEOs and thought leaders that 30% when women are part of teams and groups, at 30%, there's a critical mass that changes the paradigm of how we see their contributions in the private sector. So maybe 30 is where we need to be at, and we're not nearly there, as sir, you mentioned. Our military is anywhere between, in the hemisphere, in the Western hemisphere, between 4 and 22% at its maximum. So we still have a long way to go. And why it's important, in particular for us in the Western hemisphere, where the majority of our countries are leaders and champions of democratic values. For us, we want to relate to our partners in the sense in the human domain. We value the rule of law. We value democracy, equality to all, opportunity, what a thought. And we cannot do that if we don't include women in every sector of our countries. And in the military, many times we work at the forefront, changing these cultural stigmas and old thinking. And we have a responsibility, not because it's the right thing to do, but it's the smart thing to do as well. It is important to highlight too, the integration of women gives us, from our perspective, a strategic advantage. When we think of the competitors in the region, and I don't even need to name them, or the actors that have malign action, that engage with countries with malign intent, they don't have a leg to stand when it comes to equality, when it comes to human rights. And even if they understood that this is important, they couldn't talk as transparently as we can. I can talk to any country, we can, I say I, but I mean on behalf of the United States, we can very transparently talk to any country in our hemisphere and say, we value your contributions, servicewoman, serviceman. And for us is a way of relating that becomes a very strong strategic advantage, because behind this weapon system, behind the cyber world, all those things that we do in the military, there is the human domain. And we must make sure that we integrate that. Statistically, we know that the population in the world is 50% women, 50% men. So if we want to maintain what we call in the military, we like to talk about the boxer's stance, right? We're standing ready, right, to defend our country. Try to do that with one hand behind your back, right? That is what happens when we don't integrate women, when we're just looking at 50% of our population. So for my second point, I would like to transition, what is the progress? And I think, here Corey did a great introduction to it. We have a law, we have a strategy, we have a DoD strategy with defense objectives related to women, peace, and security. I mean, that's amazing. So now it's our job at the United States Southern Command, Women, Peace, and Security as a team, as an enterprise, to translate that into action. How do we do that? Well, all this, by the way, we're not talking about 20, 30 years. We're talking about in the last 5, 7 years. Okay, so this is very recent. So starting at the end of 2019, under the command of Admiral Fowler, he recognized that this was very important, and he realigned the Women, Peace, and Security efforts as its own program under the civilian deputy to the commander, right now, Ambassador G. Maines, who I directly report to. So that means that there is leadership support. We talked about resources. So we need, with leadership support, oftentimes we become a priority, and we have resources. And resources does not necessarily mean that is just funds, but the resources to have time, to have support, to work, for instance, with the State Partnership Program, who becomes part of our team and becomes an additional resource. So that's important. Also, that Women, Peace, and Security is part of every key leader engagement that our commanders go. Now we have a new commander, General Laura Richardson, who, by the way, is the first woman commander at Southcom, not because she's a woman, but because she's an outstanding professional and soldier, and a statement, a role modeling that when given the opportunity, talent does not have gender. So sure, we'll talk about her being the first, but the truth is we're talking about talent here. And our goal is to not have to talk about the first, the second, the third. When it becomes the 100th, I have to find a different job because we don't need gender advisors anymore. That's the goal, right? So under General Richardson, we also have key leader engagements, and of course, Women, Peace, and Security is part. She made it a priority to make part of everyone, including when we went to Brazil, when they went to Brazil, Colombia, and every single engagement that we have with our senior leaders, we talk about the human capital and professionalization of the forces. We also work with our partners. Every day we're working and we're trying to translate these ideas on how do we recruit. It's really granular now, from this level to our level. We want to talk about how are you recruiting? How are you retaining, training? How are women progressing through the ranks? And what lessons can we exchange? And I'm happy to say that even though we have been in business for about 2 years now, we have done more than 250 activities for Women, Peace, and Security. We have engaged with over 68,000 people. We have worked and partnered with our senior enlisted team, and we have been doing the enlisted panels virtually during the pandemic. And really, I could not believe when we put this together, and all the credit to the senior enlisted team and our partners in the region. We partnered with Colombia. In a series of 3 initial panels, we had virtual engagement of over 150,000 people. I mean, 150,000 people. These are the little sand, the granitos de arena, right? The little grains of sand that really turn into big dividends, because we're now normalizing and we're talking about the presence of women. Not only, oh, it's nice because women deserve a chance. No, because we talk about women in combat, in cyber, in intelligence, border security. We really want to operationalize the role of women. While we admire and we give the whole appreciation to people who work in administrative tasks or in tasks that typically women in the past were gravitated towards, which is medical, etc. Sure, but we also want to give the opportunity for women who want to participate in different functions within the military. And that does not mean lowering the standards. I as a woman can attest that I don't want anybody to lower the standards so I have a chance. That's not what we want, a favor. We want, if given the opportunity and if I'm ready, let me show you what I got. Let me part of the solution. And that's the idea. So that's from Southcom. Trade winds as well. I could not forget trade winds. Our major exercise, multinational, it's over 1,000 people participate. And we have, as of last year, 2021, It started integrated women, peace, and security. Actually, Dr. Pereira went all the way to Guyana to teach the academics part, which means we had in every track of the exercise, maritime, land, etc., we had training on gender perspectives, which translated in amazing results, right? We had Guyana, for instance, after the training, they realized that the women wanted to participate in border security. And through the training, we were able to communicate with leadership. And long story short, where women before could not participate in border security because of limitations in resources, in facilities, etc. After trade winds, that was taken in consideration. And now we're happy to say, and we're happy for Guyana, that women in Guyana's military can serve at border security. I mean, that's a tangible result. It's amazing. So we work with our partners, Colombia, highlighting. Colombia now has an action plan, and they have a gender advisor that has similar to my position, by the way, is a he, right? He is a he. So this is not women, peace, and security, or gender integration is not a women's business, not a tea club thing. It's for men and for women. It's inclusive of both men and women. So he's doing an amazing job. In 6 months now, they have gender courses at the cadets school. They're training other gender advisors like us to expand the vision. I just came back from Colombia, where we taught the very first course in strategic communication and gender integration in partnership with UN Women, ONU Mujeres, and the Colombian Presidential Office for Gender. So I take my hat to them, salute for them, because it's little by little. Are we all perfect yet? No, but we are going little by little. Jamaica, yes, the very first chief of defense in Jamaica, and by the way, the only currently uniformed woman serving as a chief of defense in the world. So not only they are regional champions, they're global champions. And that didn't start there. Under the previous chief of defense General Meade in Jamaica, they had the gender optimization policy, which, by the way, highlighted the importance of having both men and women participating in every workshop training. So it was not only gender equality for women, but for both. So what they have seen now is that they have more men that are interested in thriving in roles, in administrative roles, and more women that are interested in other more operational roles. So it's leveling the field, right? Again, gender does not have talent. And I could go on and on and on. As you can see, I have lots of examples. But let me just then say that we have seen a lot of progress. It's exciting. There's a lot of energy. There's momentum. We need to continue building on it. It is in the human capital domain, so it's relevant to every single one of us, but we're not done yet, right? I don't want to be Pollyanna and say, oh yeah, we're done. We're doing great. Let's just have lunch and thank you so much, all of you, for coming. No, we have a lot of work to do. We sure do. So for my final point is, so what is the way ahead and how do we measure success? For us, Women, Peace, and Security at Southcom, success is a team effort. We cannot do this alone. We're a small team. We don't have a whole lot of resources, but we are very resourceful. And that is because we work in partnership with many different people, many different countries. Collaboration is key for us. So we must continue to work with our partners in the region. It's an exchange. It's not us coming to impose what we think is right. We actually learn a lot from our partners as well, and we're very proud to say that. We also work with interagency, with NGOs and with academia. So thank you again for hosting us here. That's very important because academia is full of very smart people, thought-provoking, and problem solvers. So while I'm there trying to every day call Colombia, Brazil, Ecuador, we're trying to work together, it's important to have the academic sector, the academic field in the background, helping us with reports, with studies, with research, to do the heavy lifting that we don't have the capacity to do all the time. So one of the things that we have done, we have been able to partner once again with the Perry Center. We got some funding that we will be able to create we have already created the Trusted Network 1325, where we will bring in women from the hemisphere who have participated in our training and education programs sponsored by the United States. We want to bring them in a program that's 10 to 12 months. It's a exchanging of ideas. They will, work on problems to solve. And at the end of it, there's a conference where they present a lot of solutions. That becomes the network alpha. And then the next year, the following year, then we have Bravo. And you can see how this layer, and hopefully one day we run out of letters in the alphabet in this wonderful network of support for really the true integration and meaningful integration of women in defense and security. We work with the Women in International Security for a report, for instance, where they did a study of 14 countries in our region. We cannot solve problems that we don't understand. So understanding the operational field is very important to our team. Where is each country at? Where, what is the percentage of women that are in their militaries? What is the highest ranking? What are some of the limitations? And with this report, we were able to uncover some of that, and I'm very thankful for that partnership. And then to complete here, my thought is, how do we measure success? Now, here's a tough one. One, because our community is fairly new, right? So we're still learning. We're low crawling, running, and walking as we're building this airplane, air power. But it's also, how do you quantify mindsets? Because we are in the business of changing mindsets. More than anything else is really changing. We can always force it down. If we don't explain why this is important, people don't recognize that this is a operational and strategic tool that brings our mission effectiveness to the next level, then we don't get anywhere. So how do you quantify mindset is tough, but we have some tangible approaches, and one I already mentioned, which is the training and education. So we're looking at the US-sponsored training and education programs, and we want to know what's the percentage of women participating in which career fields, which functions are they coming to our trainings. And that way we can see, okay, we have an opportunity here to increase more participation here. You see where I'm going with that. And it is very important, it's very relevant. Last time I was here in DC, not too long ago, I went and visited the InterAmerican Defense College and the board as well, sir. I went to the InterAmerican Defense College, and to my surprise, I learned from their leadership that currently in our hemisphere, 11 of the chiefs of defenses in our hemisphere are graduates of the Inter-American Defense College. I mean, to me, that is extraordinary. Now, let's add some competent women that can rise through the ranks to that college, and let's see what happens. And I think we will be pleasantly surprised. So this is the importance. So we want to quantify that, and we want to partner with the Perry Center, the same thing, with war colleges, with universities, so that we can have and share. So education and training for us is very important. I'm happy to be saying this here in this educational institution. And the second one, I'm also happy to share that we're working with the Pacific Disaster Center, who are amazing. It's a team of amazing data scientists, analytical thinkers, to develop, we're all in the final stages of developing the Women, Peace, and Security Index for security and defense. In fact, that one will be the first one in the world, a Women, Peace, and Security Index for defense and security, where we will be quantifying and analyzing from our partners data to create a baseline. In the years ahead, we'll be studying that, and we'll be able to see a curve. So is it getting better? Is it getting worse? And then hopefully, the curve will keep going up and up, so we have more meaningful integration of women. And I've already said many times, I'm going to bring it home one more time. This is not about integration of women. It's not doing as a favor. It's not about an activism practice. This is really the right and the smart thing to do. And I go back home saying, gender does not have talent. So when given the opportunity, we see talent rising to the top. And then we'll stop talking about the first shot in Jamaica, the first woman commander Southcom, et cetera, et cetera. So in the sake of time, I will stop here, but not without saying once again, thank you so much to SAIS, to the Perry Center, and to all of you for your attention today. Thank you.
There, okay. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Turner. And they're building this plane, running this marathon, all the metaphors, all the time. Lieutenant Colonel Turner and her teammate, Jennifer Sipowicz, do the work of 100 people combined. And I don't know that there's a finish line per se, but they're making progress in that direction. Now it's the time when we get to take questions, which I'm very excited about. People joining online are going to be able to type in their questions on the chat. And we have a fantastic person, Miss Andrea Fuentes. Miss Andrea Fuentes is a college student and an intern at the Perry Center who is translating the virtual questions into a real life paper that I have here. And as you can see, we already have a lot of questions. Pero as the moderator, I get to ask the first question. So I'm going to ask that, but people that are on Zoom, thank you for your questions. Thank you, Andrea, for all your hard work. We are going to get to these. For the first question, and it relates, really all of you touched on it. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the role of leadership versus the role of, I'm going to call it the base, because I don't think there's a bottom in women, peace, and security. So the role of leadership, Lieutenant Colonel Turner talked about Admiral Craig Fowler, a man as a leader. Now we have the first female commander. Corey supports that, directly supports Adasti, working at the Pentagon, and of course the Admiral is the chairman. So if you could expand a little bit more on the roles and responsibilities of leadership and roles and responsibilities of the base. Is this an effort that everybody has to do? Does it start with leadership and go to the base? Can it be the other way? What are some everyday things that regular people or students or alumni can do? Or is this really just an effort that where only people in senior positions are able to affect change? So we're going to start, maybe let's go to the middle, then the Admiral, then, yeah. I like surprising people, sorry. I know you can do it. And then, sir, we'll turn to you, and then we'll finish with Lieutenant Colonel Turner.
Okay, this is a great question. I really appreciate this one coming out of the gate because I think it really does tie in all of our collective remarks together. And so I would say the first thing that came to mind when you mentioned the role of leadership was this sort of the importance of diversity in leadership from the perspective of if you see it, you can be it. And I know that because we've increasingly seen more women, more people of color, more people from different backgrounds and identities showing up in leadership positions, it actually allows the next generation of people in these spaces to know that they too can rise to that level. So I think the leadership diversification is one role responsibility. I will reserve some comments to our leader on the panel. But I think to your point about what the other folks are responsible for, the base or action officers, the one thing I really love about defense institutions is that we develop leaders at every single level. So it does not matter if you are not the 4-star in the room, you are still a leader among the people that you work with. And so the way that you model and sort of advocate for different aspects of women, peace, and security is one thing you can look into doing by including this in your discussion topics every single day. By tailoring it to, okay, what is the problem set that we're dealing with? What is the specific women, peace, and security aspect that we think is germane to our discussion, and making sure that we've thought through the implications of that aspect. I think that's a really important piece that happens on a day-to-day basis. People constantly say, well, Corey, I'm not trained on women, peace, and security. And I say, well, you know that men and women see the world differently. You know that men and women show up in the world differently. You've experienced this personally. So you just need to make sure that we're having intentional conversations about that when you come into the workroom and workspace. And I think the other thing that I think about is really looking at it from I don't have to work on women, peace, and security full time to be responsible for gender-based aspects of my own national security career. So for example, if I am working on humanitarian assistance and I'm thinking through the impacts of working with partner nations to build capacity to respond to a natural disaster, I'm making sure that partner nation forces are accounting for the different ways that disaster response impacts local populations of men and women. We look for vulnerabilities in different groups, such as women's clothing preventing them from being able to swim in areas that are closer to the coast that might be at a higher risk of tsunamis. We're looking for indication and warnings of gender-based violence as a result of disasters happening, as we saw in the aftermath of the earthquake in Haiti, and the drivers that caused that sort of instability to happen. And so we know these things happen in the back of my head. And so I don't actually have to be the women, peace, and security person or the gender advisor for me to take the portfolio that I have as a staff officer and make sure that I'm accounting for that different type of information as I work with my team or my senior ranking officers. I will pause there because I know that the other two on the panel have excellent things to contribute.
Thank you, Madam. a good question for leaderships, and as by a military point of view, political decisions need to be implemented. And the leadership and military staff, they need to know how. So when we talk about improving women presence, integrating women on our continent, it seems, oh, this is just quantity. It's not an easy process. For example, we have the male, they think they need to have an obligation of protection about women. So if we are in a combat, for example, in a submarine, sea power, you cannot accept that this kind of conflict could interfere in your mission. How do you manage this since the formation? No, I don't have any statistics, but I will try to. I think all the risks women have in our society, you have told me about the violence and harassment of this. I think it happens in armed forces, we know that, but I don't know if it's much bigger or much lower than our societies. I wouldn't be surprised if it's much lower. And why? Because we prepare for that, we educate for that, and we need to, as we manage power in a little level, we need to be worried about this. No? So the leadership, I think they need to be prepared to lead this evolution. I think this is a necessity. We are reflect of our societies, and our societies is moving in this direction. No? So the world is not an easy process, it's a very complex, but I think we have a Western identity, and in our hemisphere, I think it's a common value. As you told me, it's an institution.
Can you hear me? Great. Okay. So does everybody matter, the role of leadership? For us, from the trenches, I tell you that leadership matters. Leadership matters and is a game changer, has been a game changer for us. And I explain why. Everybody matters, of course. We love our interns, millennials. They come with the technology, the language. One intern, honestly, with all the little things they know, equates to talk about a force multiplier, and the new generation comes in to work with us. The new, enlisted and officers come in with a different mindset. We don't have to work so hard to explain. They seen their mothers working. It's a whole different mindset. Leadership matters because then when a leader says this is important, even if we don't have all the resources required, it becomes a priority. And everybody's trying to prioritize what is important. We have so much to do, so many complex issues to solve. So it brings to the forefront of thinking, of taking in consideration gender perspectives. For us, it has been a game changer. The realignment of women, peace, and security directly under a 3-star equivalent, Ambassador Jean Mays, has been huge for us because I only have one stop to get to the top, to the spear of our organization, so we can bring issues to the forefront. And then when they engage with our partners, it shows that is important. So it's a strong, strong message. The new generation already understands this, so it's not as difficult, and we have already, arms and arms and people who support it. And I think middle management is really where we have to do a lot of the work. And not to anybody's discredit is that, I have someone, for instance, that I respect so much in our organization. He served for almost 3 decades, special operator. And he said, oh, when I served, I never had to serve next to a woman. In fact, if I had to fight and I had a woman next to me, I probably feel I had to protect her. So, empathy goes both ways, right? I don't discredit that. So now it's really reshaping this and saying, well, we don't need that as much anymore, right? Or at all, because we have 3 roles. We're protectors too. We're victims, sure, but we're also protectors. And we also, by the way, perpetrators. So let's take that in consideration. So I think that leadership matters. Everyone matters. We have a video that came from Guatemala, private Guatemalan soldier, and she was explaining, she's in civil affairs, her role in helping people who were coming out of when they had the hurricanes in Central America, and she helped, and her role on that. A very young private. In social media, our strategic messaging now is huge because her voice is so resonant. A private young woman from Guatemala, but her role was so important. Her voice was so loud that really people who watch it, you cannot help but really change the mindset if you didn't. So everyone matters, particularly now where in social media and with the strategic messaging, we can create so much change. One person is a force multiplier. So thank you.
Thank you. And in the spirit of elevating other voices, I want to say that I inadvertently took this question away. So I asked it, and then I realized in the paper that Andrea, our own intern in touch with the young generation, sent me. Haley Mintz, a student at, I'm not trying to troll SAIS here, but a student at Georgetown University had sent the same question I just asked you, but I just wanted to say her name so that she knows that she's acknowledged and that we recognize that she is contributing. I am going to turn to our live studio audience first for questions. I do want to emphasize, well, first I want to say that if I had given Jim a mic now, which he doesn't have, he would say something about land power because he did retire from the Army, and I know you're thinking about it. So I'll take it away from you just so they know, and you can have that conversation later. We're going to turn first to our live audience for questions. It is very important that you speak into the mic so that our Zoom participants can hear us. I do have a lot of questions from the Zoom participants, and I hope we'll get to some of that. But we also have to end at a point because there's brownies or muffins or there's something nice back there. And I am conscious and aware of that. So we will turn first to our audience that is here. And I know you have questions. I saw so many of you nodding and smiling and in agreement and taking notes. I saw people taking notes. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. And Viviana, amazing SAIS student who has been supporting this event from the inception, will make sure you have a mic so that everybody can hear your question. Thank you. I am in real life a professor and used to calling on people, but I will refrain from doing that in this context. Thank you.
One, two, three. Good morning. I'm Bill Godnick. I'm a professor at the Perry Center. The question I would like to ask, I'm going to go for the tough one in the sense that I've been working on the Women, Peace, and Security since 1325 was passed in 2000, which dates me. But one of the real issues, and when we talk about people working in operation, is the issue of special forces. And what is the lessons or the challenges in that? Because oftentimes, well, women can't be special forces, and when I in class on this, I often say, well, I can't either. You know, it's not just most men can't make it to special forces, but what is your experience on that? Because I think that's one of the resistance because of its place in the mythology of the military.
Thank you very much. That was Professor Bill Godnick, who's one of our professors at the Perry Center. And if you've ever taken a class with Professor Bill Godnick, he didn't have to preface it by saying he's going to ask the hard question. He always asks the hard questions. And he'll be moderating our second panel. So that'll be fun for everybody. Lieutenant Colonel True.
Yes, I am under direct fire now. Well, that question has come up before, and I have had the opportunity to answer. And I'm glad to say that here, by the way, in the United States since 2015, there's no restrictions for women in any function whatsoever. Again, I think sometimes the controversial in women in combat and is more highly physical functions. The question is, well, are we lowering in standards? And the answer should be a resonant and loud no. There should be no compromises when it comes to those functions that, in any function, to be honest, there's no compromises in lower than standards whatsoever to facilitate and enable women in combat, in specialized forces. And what we have seen is that if a woman meets the standards, then welcome to the Corps. I don't have the numbers. I think, the special operators, the SEALs and all that is like, we don't have numbers on women, but we know that has been candidates. And for us, it's important to highlight that we support that there is no lowering the standards, that we want to role model, and we see change in the hemisphere as well. If I'm not wrong, Colombia has a pilot program now to include women in their ranger school, Escuela de Lanceros, and that's phenomenal. And once again, when given an opportunity, gender does not have talent. Let me give you, if anybody ever thinks that because women, anatomy, we have lots of, G-forces on fighter pilots, etc. We recently had a Southcom, one of those challenges, endurance challenge, was an overnight thing, miles and miles, where they had to run with a rucksack in their backs. And there are, a great number of men and women trying to complete this challenge. And I was not participating in that challenge, but I'm proud to say that when they started the challenge and it was overnight, one of the leaders is a Marine, a woman that I know, Captain Semioli. She led the pack of men and women for miles. Eventually, there were two men who took the lead, and she ended up in third. But behind her, there were dozens of people and dozens of men and women who finished behind her, and many who didn't finish at all. So it's to say, some women are prepared. They are up to the challenge. It's part of their skill set, their talent. And again, if they have that, let them blossom. And then we see what we see. General Richardson is a combat pilot. Okay? And now she is our commander in charge. So it's amazing. When given the opportunity, gender has no talent. And I think that is really the bottom line when it comes to special operations and any type of those more demanding physical activities within the military.
No edit. Let the operator.
Just to add some perspective on that, so a very good question. Because someone can imagine that special force are Olympic athletes, isn't it? And in fact, you have the physical requirements, and I can tell you by Brazilian experience that women are getting these physical requirements as men. So special forces, women are increasing their participation. In fact, we do not have many volunteers to the special force. So when I talk here about attractiveness of the career, it's aspect that we need to work on, because they bring a very good perspective, not only in execution, but mostly in planning. It's a widespread observation that we can have on our special force planification. So I think not more problems of physical requirements. No, I think more dissemination, divulgation. They don't have any restrictions to be a special force soldier or sailor, diver, anything. And there is an advantage for special force, as they are a very united team. They do not face restrictions to accept women, for example. That's a Brazilian experience and Navy experience. I do not have any experience from other countries.
Thank you so much. Again, the strength of this panel is that we're incorporating so many voices, including voices from the region. And now, Lieutenant Colonel, ask for the mic again. So.
I just wanted to compliment something, sir, you referred to it. I think is important. A lot of times we're assuming that in special operations, special forces, etc., we're just counting in physical ability. But there's the mental aspect too. And from the few we have heard, for instance, the Colombians, I keep referring to Colombia because we work so closely with them, that they said in the conference, like, well, we see the women participating, and when you look at ratio by ratio of this very competitive, demanding, physically demanding activities, ratio by ratio, women fall out a much less percentage, because a lot of it, yes, it can be physical and is physical, but a lot of it too is mental. And a woman that raises her hand out of, against all odds to wear the uniform and join, it's already at a different mindset that I can go against the current per se, and I can succeed. And that mindset really can lead to success. Not only that, but have some studies that I have read that demonstrate that after exposure to combat and traumatizing experiences, there's a different way in which men and women can overcome trauma. and women apparently some studies have shown is able to rebound in more positive ways and quicker. So if you were thinking of people who are coping with trauma and perhaps need to come back and be reintegrated, and we're looking at very tangibly your numbers of the workforce, that's something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a lot of questions from people on Zoom, but if in the audience here at any point anybody has a question, please raise your hand. Viviana is ready to get to your question. In the meantime, from the online audience, I want to highlight Professor Carlos Martinez from the Universidad Central de Venezuela, whose questions were mostly asking, when are we going to have more women? Why don't we have women generals? What are we doing in highlighting the ways in which women are more capable, certain areas in which women might be perceived as more capable than men. I want to ask a question that's a little bit different from that, but in the same direction. We often talk about the challenges of women joining the special forces and other frontline roles, though, as Lieutenant Colonel Turner said, we have women excel in those. The military, however, we know in the region, because we constantly have discussions about this, is increasingly undertaking new missions, including humanitarian assistance, disaster relief. Very recently, forces in all of our countries were involved in response to pandemics, so medical missions, public health missions. A big new area of operation for our military is cyber. These new mission areas, we would say, are very far from the special operator G.I. Joe image that we have in our mind. Might these new areas of responsibility represent an opportunity for more women to join? How do you see that? Is it building too much on stereotypes of what women are capable of, or is it really an opportunity for the force to increase its capacity by bringing on the other arm, to use Lieutenant Colonel Turner's boxing analogy? I'm going to let maybe Ms. Fusser speak first. Thank you.
I was reflecting on, we always use these examples of like, oh, the first woman, Lieutenant Colonel was saying, the first woman to complete this training cycle, the first woman to become this type of rank. And ultimately, I think what we're trying to do is transform the institution so that we keep seeing more of those. And that doesn't happen accidentally. That happens with very intentional decision-making, policy changes, leadership. That is by design, that happens on purpose. We don't just wait for the institution to sort of do it itself. Though it actually, I think you see as culture changes over time and as different demographics, different age groups rise into different institutions, the mentality of those institutions shift. So what you're trying to do essentially, I think, when we have these different types of missions that we take on, or these different occupational specialties that are coming into play because of future mission sets, we're looking to say, let's not restrict those, or let's not inhibit those positions in the same way that maybe other positions of the past were inhibited. Let's make sure that we have identified any potential barriers to people accessing or competing for those positions. And we're also looking, I think, in the problem sets of, we've learned many things, especially from the US perspective of our time in Afghanistan. We have learned from different missions abroad on humanitarian assistance. Military institutions, generally speaking, document lessons learned. And so a lesson learned is only as good as a lesson applied. And so I think especially when we learn about the Women, Peace, and Security agenda, that really gives us the strategic top cover to work on things that we have learned throughout the operations globally that we've conducted. And so really it's about ensuring that, we're taking those very intentional direct steps as we go into these new mission areas, but also that, we're applying the lessons learned that allow us to not limit ourselves when we're going in that direction. So I think that's kind of what I was reflecting on when you ask your question, but I would defer to my colleagues over here. Sir?
Yeah, that's interesting, and I'd like to add some perspective. You talk about cyber defense and cyber security, and cyber warriors, and they are not on the ground. They are behind. You are studying and implementing the unmanned vehicles, the unmanned technology, the unmanned world. And these soldiers, they operate all these technologies. They are not on the ground. No, we are sensitizing the war theater, or trying to. No? So we have a very good perspective for increasing participation of women and everyone on this kind of activities. So in the military, we call domains. In OAS, they call multidimensional. We in military are very restricted on this because we just see 3 dimensions. It's a joke with our friends ambassadors. But yes, the activity in the war activity in these domains, they are spread a lot. So there are many opportunities for increasing and greater women participation in the armed forces, I believe. And technology is imposing this, I think.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So again, addressing when are we going to see more women? I think now we see more women and we see more men. I think it's important to highlight this is far, far, far from a zero-sum game. This is about having the most capable, the strongest, really the most force multipliers that we can find. So one of the advantages of coming from far is that I get to take an airplane and actually watch TV for a little bit. So on my way here, I watched this documentary, which I recommend, called The Conductor. And it's about the story of this woman who wanted to be a conductor when she was 9 years old. And she had to fight because back in the day, I guess in her age, she's not that old, women could not be conductors of orchestras whatsoever. I mean, in my mind, I don't see how come that was even an idea, but she had to fight and she had to break that barrier. But I think what's really interesting is that she mentioned in the documentary at one point that one of her mentors is a man, and he had his eyes closed while she was conducting, and she thought something was wrong. And when she went to talk to him, he said, when I close my eyes, it's just unbelievable. I cannot recognize if you are a man or a woman when you're conducting. And I think at the end of the day, this is what we're looking for, is effects. It's irrelevant if it's a man or a woman. It is relevant if women have a chance, but it's irrelevant if at the end of the day, the person who is creating the effects or the team that are creating effects are men or women. And that's the cyber world brings it to the front, because it's the greater equalizer. If the physical domain, the strength and all this was ever an argument, that goes off that's no longer an argument. The space, unless you're an astronaut, but if you're working the space domain as well. So at the end of the day, what we're looking for is effects. It's tangible, it's pragmatic. It sure is feel good as a woman, as a mom in the military. I feel really good about talking about it. But at the end of the day, we're looking at capability. We're looking at results and effects. And if we can find the best of the best, gender has no talent. So I bring it back to this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wonder if that's also why in the region we see that the Air Force has the highest percentages of female participation relevant to the other branches. I wonder if be it like that physical distance of the kind of between combat is playing a role in there. We have a question in the audience, and while we get the mic to her, I'm going to point people, and this is the last question. While we get the mics to the people in the audience, I want to direct our Zoom audience and our real life audience here to a book that we put out a couple years ago to mark the 20th anniversary of UN Resolution 1325. The book is available on the Perry Center website, and we have physical copies here. And I was reminded to mention, because the essay on women in cyber was actually written by a Brazilian author. So I made that connection, and the book is available for free to download. We'll take the questions. Do you need this mic?
Thank you. My name is, hi, here. My name is Catherine Almeida, and I have the honor of being an IADC alumni. And I also was able to work with the WIS research from one country, from Dominican Republic. So as you mentioned, education is the key word in order to shift the mindset. Something that keeps coming to my mind, you also said, Lieutenant Colonel Turner, that leadership matters. More than ever, I think that now partnership matters, because it makes organizations to look at the other partners as a benchmark also, but as a friend. that will tell you, do not make the mistakes that we already made. And that's a huge thing when you are with resources very limited, time and pressure to bring results. So my questions that keep coming to me is, we are trying to show the integration of women in all levels and all forces, but why don't we start in basic education? Why don't we bring the security, the culture of peace as a key topic in the curriculum? So security become part of the life in a real way, not when there is an event or where there is a profession to decide, but as a part of our culture, decision-making, engagement. So in the strategy that you have seen across the hemisphere, have you seen that approach? That education for culture of peace, education on security for basic level schools?
Thank you for your question. So that nobody gets mad, let's take all the questions from our participants that are here, and then I'll let everybody address the questions and closing remarks so that we can continue on sort of on schedule. Vivi, I'm sorry I'm making you run.
Hi, thank you for all the speakers. I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more about the difference in challenges faced by women in Latin America versus those faced by women in the United States and Canada, and in terms of traditional gender roles and perception, and then what work is being done to bridge that gap. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I will add to Gabby's question. When we talk about when will we see more women, and especially thinking about in Latin America where there are so many gender norms, so many social and cultural barriers to women joining, I wonder what you've seen in your roles in terms of women who are expected to be, homemakers and take care of the children, and how you are surpassing those barriers to encourage more women to join and away from the traditional gender roles that say that they, shouldn't join the military or that that's a man's work. I wonder how you're addressing those barriers. Thank you.
Amazing questions. We're gonna go this way. So this, and then this, you'll address the questions and say closing remarks so that everything goes on time and we're able to do this again.
Thank you. I have to take notes, multiple questions here. Remember, I'm about to retire, so my my memory is going. Okay, let me address first the basic education. I think you have a very valid point, is an important point. And we have gotten questions like that, the same as what are you doing about the economic development here and there. And while we look at this problem or this opportunity holistically, we also have to acknowledge that we have the lane in which we navigate. So the lane that we navigate is the lane of security and defense. So we are directly addressing those issues that are directly impacting defense and security. Percentage of women, what are the internal mechanisms, education and training. When it comes, for instance, what you're relating to is children's education, changing the paradigm of how they see women. Representation inherently will help that. But is this something that I have in the United States Southcom Women, Peace and Security Strategy, how we increase the awareness of children on security and defense or women's integration? Honestly, we don't. But we do, but does not mean, you said, partnership and cooperation is key. And I agree with you. It does not mean that we cannot support our friends at the Department of State who might have some initiatives related to that, or USAID, or wonderful nonprofits, NGOs who are working towards that goal. Can we support them? Yes. Can we tackle that directly? I would think that's not within the scope of what we're trying to achieve. So thank you for your very mindful question. In terms of challenges in Latin America that are different from the challenges of women in the United States, look, I think the human experience is very similar. I wish I could tell you that, my experience is phenomenally different than my teammates and counterparts in Colombia and Brazil and Chile, Ecuador, etc. But the truth is that we're all trying to do the same thing. Women like me are moms, they're wives, they're also caretakers. And those are things that we have, and maybe that will address a little bit of the third question. And we have to take that in consideration. So structural changes and mechanisms that support the participation of women in the military are important, are not easy questions, but we have to tackle, such as, I'm a mother. What do I do with my 2 children when I'm here? Or when they were babies and I have to breastfeed them. Oh, don't talk about that in uniform. But those are things we have to. So we have to change mechanisms. Or the women in Guyana who wanted to participate in border security, competent, ready, but they couldn't because there's only one bathroom that says man on it. So creating those mechanisms, those, efforts that facilitate that. So having daycares, and by the way, husbands also participate and they also deserve all those opportunities. They don't breastfeed, but they do take care of children as well. In Colombia, I heard one from a policeman that he said that the participation of women was very important, and they realized that women were coming late to work. And I'm like, what is, it's not because they're competent or they just don't care. It's that because in Colombia, a lot of times the mom takes the children culturally to school. Not always, but is the case frequently. So what they did, instead of starting the shift, the police shift at 7, they shifted to 8. And by the way, they would stay 1 hour extras. Now they're not cutting corners, but that facilitated that cultural approach to childcare. Do we need to change that? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure, but those internal mechanisms that facilitate the presence of women in the military and in any sector, by the way, it's important. And we cannot just make believe that this is not an issue. It is an issue. So I think bottom line is the experience of women in the military is very similar. I think here in the United States, we're fortunate to have a law, to have strategy, to have leadership support, to have resources. And we're working with our partners and collaborating with them so that we can see a level playing field in the entire hemisphere. Thank you. Oh, closing remarks. So I'll keep it brief. All I want to say is, once again, thank you to all of you for your time, for your attention. I want to invite you to get to know Southcom Women, Peace and Security Program a little bit better. If you just Google Southcom WPSU, see our webpage. We have a joint staff video in Spanish and in English that's very enlightening, I think. And you have on us a friend and a partner for initiatives related to security and defense and women's integration. So thank you.
I helped write that video, so I'm glad you guys still have it on your website. Oh, beautiful. That's absolutely fantastic. So I think I can address some of the first and the third question. I will preface this by saying, so my experience, I used to be the gender advisor at U.S. Africa Command, so Dewey's counterpart years ago. And I think one thing that I learned and one thing that I've reflected on from my time working on women, peace, and security in different areas is that something that the U.S. does particularly well that I think partner nations are figuring out how to do, to your point of education, is reaching out to younger audiences to sort of explain in terms that are available to them what national security means at a very individualistic level. And not only doing this with little boys, but also doing this with little girls and explaining the differences in their individual security and how that marries up to what national security means. I think that's a really interesting thing that we're seeing more and more countries start doing. And one of the things that I noticed when I was working at AFRICOM is that there are some partner nations in the African continent that they know that they did not have large numbers of women coming into their armed forces because it was not acceptable in their local communities for women to serve. And that was not necessarily because of the armed forces not being well suited for them. There was a lot of misconceptions about what would happen to women once they got in there. There was a lot of assumptions about like women needing protection. And that was mostly controlled by male leaders in these local communities. And so there was an intentional effort of reaching out not only to children to talk about individual security and how it marries up to national security, but also to different people and like male leaders in positions of power who sort of oversee local communities to talk to them about the benefits of women going into service, and not only to, you know, be part of this different perspective into national security, but also because it is a place of employment and it's an economic generating outcome for many people around the globe. Remember, the Department of Defense is the biggest employer, one of them at least, that we have in the United States. And this is a way that we can employ people and also drive economic growth in many ways. And so it's an interesting sort of relationship that our different departments and agencies have. I think on the gender norms, the gender norms question is a great one because and I think Lieutenant Colonel Turner highlighted it very eloquently. We're not trying to make a judgment call on here's a good gender norm for a woman and here's a bad gender norm. We want to say that if your place of employment is the U.S. Armed Forces, that we've accounted for the differences in what you are doing at home and also how you're able to work and support your country. And that there are policy level changes and practices and programs that we can put in place so that people, men and women, parents and non-parents, have this ability to sort of harmonize what they do for their home lives and what they do for the national security of our country. And I think Lieutenant Colonel Turner highlighted some incredible examples from the child care front, including both maternity and paternity leave being extended in some of our services, because we recognize that family units are not just one person, and the burden is not just on one person, it is on how you define a family. And looking to opportunities where we can expand that and ensure that people are feeling that they have options and flexibility. We've learned a lot in COVID. This idea that you can telework and have an MS Teams meeting, that work still does happen for national security, that it can be done on both our classified and unclassified systems with certain restrictions. We've learned the benefits of COVID for our work life, what I would call harmonization, because balance implies that the two are weighted. And as a mom of a 13-month-old now, I can say to you some days that my job does not outrank my daughter in many ways. And so I think this is an interesting way that we're looking at the future to harmonize how people find the space of being in a full-time employed position, and also being able to do, either family things, however they define their family. I will do my closing comments. Thank you. Thank you to the Perry Center. Thank you to SAIS. Thank you for the invitation to be here. This is my favorite topic to talk about. So I am happy to continue the conversation afterwards. And I would certainly continue or encourage you all to reach out to different folks who work in this women, peace, and security space. It is one of the most fulfilling jobs that I have ever had. And we're always looking to bring more people in, because I think it is another way that we're not only diversifying the sort of thought process in our pursuit of national security objectives, we're also diversifying the people. And so, if you're interested in this space, please do please reach out. Please find opportunities to work. There are many ways you can do this. But this has been a great fun time and a true honor to be here. So thank you again for inviting us. Sir?
Thank you, Madam. I think Catherine Almeida has done a very good question about education for peace. I think this is essential, but I really reflect if this is enough. We have, we understand that Europe, for example, they are very civilized world, and they are in fights. So I think that it brings us to a reflection of the human nature, and once we do not get to this point, we need to have our instruments, like the armed force, for example. But everything passes through education. I really agree with you. But I think that this kind of, and we talk about conflicts, I think we have to discuss this in another perspective, because this is a very huge challenge, isn't it? And well, I would like to add some things about social barriers and things like what the gender challenge in armed forces. And I can bring you the perspective from Brazil that we plan the women career, and we adjust the phases on the career that the women can manage the family, sons, and things like that. In order, they do the missions when they are not married, or if the sons a little bit higher. I think almost armored forces do that. So there are planning for that. By a very personal perspective, I tried to encourage my two sons to enter into military and to Navy, but both of them refused the idea and told me, no, I don't want that, because you work too much. So, wow, all the coins has fallen down at this point. How to be a good father. And yes, that is a life of sacrifice. It's not just for military. I think all of us face with this. We are a profession as any others. as any other. I think everyone here, being on military or not, faced with this kind of problem. So bring other perspective, we can reach the better solution. My wife is a doctor, and we have moved around Brazil because of my profession, but not because of her. He put it into my face every day. And she worked in many Navy hospitals in Brazil. And she watched two military personnel working, and they worked too much. So she had the age to enter the Navy, and no, I don't want as well, because I prefer to be a mother and to be more time to make my job and be mother and things like that. The most important is that she has options. I think that's very important. She has options. And just yesterday night, just for finishing, my son, the lower one, he's studying medicine in Brazil. And he told me, you know that I want to be a Navy doctor. So today I'm realized, you know. But after that, he asked me a car. So I don't know how sincere he was. But thank you for the invitation. Thank you for time to speaking. I speak a little bit things, but I think I learned too much. You know, and this is a very, very, very good process. It's an honor to be here, and it's a pleasure for InterAmerican Defense Board to be here. And all the best for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. Let's please give applause. Even on Zoom. Thank you, and thank you to the people that took the time to be here with us in person, half of which are men. You cannot see that on Zoom, but that I think really underscores our meshes, and Jim's gonna take us to the shortest.
Okay, so thank you very much again. Okay, so we're at the time now, and we're gonna move on to our second panel, which will be on violence against women. And before we go ahead and get started, I just wanted to cover again a couple administrative notes to share. So for those of you that are just now logging into Zoom, we are offering simultaneous interpretation for those who prefer to hear it in Spanish. All you have to do is click on the globe-looking icon on the bottom right of the screen and select Spanish. A todos los que están participando por Zoom y prefieren escuchar el evento de hoy en español, sí estamos ofreciendo interpretación simultánea. La versión en español se puede prender apretando el icono del mundo en la parte derecha inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Also, during the panel, we will offer a Q&A chat window for those in Zoom, where everyone can put in their questions, which will then be handed to the moderator during our question and answering session at the latter half of the panel. For those of you in person, when we commence the Q&A session, please raise your hand and one of our interns will provide a microphone to ask your question. We encourage everyone, both over Zoom and in person, to please include their name and organization when asking the question. Okay, so without further ado, at this point, I'd like to introduce our moderator, Dr. Bill Godnick. He's been at the Perry Center for quite some time. He's a professor of practice. And we both actually did at different times spend time in Honduras. So we have a lot of overlap. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Bill Godnick. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jim. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're at. Hello to our people in Zoom land. Before I introduce our speakers, I would like to take the opportunity to kind of outline how violence against women is not just a human rights, a women's rights, a justice, or a social issue, of which it is, but also how it's a strategic issue that our countries need to take into consideration. Right now, as you know, there's a war going on in Ukraine, and though we haven't seen it, we know that sexual violence is often weaponized as a tool of war. And that's something we need to take into account if past is prologue, and hopefully this will not come to bear, but that does make it a strategic issue. Also, violence against women and domestic violence and gender-based violence is one of three issues that really affect our hemisphere, together with that cause the majority of death, injury, and psychosocial trauma, which include two other issues that are overlapping and different. We have the issue of road traffic. We have a lot of drivers and pedestrians that die every day, go to the hospital, and the trauma that that brings, which is largely a gender equal opportunity in terms of gender. Then we have the issue of homicidal armed violence related to organized crime, drug trafficking, which is largely committed by men against men. About over 90% of homicides, armed homicides, are usually committed by men against men, though there are several countries in this hemisphere where the rates of armed violence amongst women are, well, less than 10%, are still higher than they are in other places of the world, places like the Northern Triangle, parts of the Caribbean, and similar rates we see in sub-Saharan Africa. And so together with violence against women, these issues are all issues that affect governance, they affect our justice system, and they drain resources that could be spent on better economic development and governance. And then finally, let me bring up the issue of, and something that we do at our courses in the Perry Center, and that was briefly alluded to this morning by the Admiral, is the issue of violence, gender-based violence, violence not only against women in our own institutions, our armed forces. In our courses, we have a special section on efforts in the military justice system to address gender-based violence. And also in these days, if many of you have read the newspapers, there's an ongoing challenge in our civilian merchant marine academy regarding violence against women, particularly in that when they're spending time at sea. And this is something that I think our colleague from the Department of Defense mentioned that the Secretary of Defense has called upon, but we also have Congress people and senators that are looking at this and going, maybe that there needs to be a legislative remedy. So this is an issue that has strategic implications. And while the Admiral said there's no evidence that there's more violence within the military than there is in society, again, I don't know that. But in a profession that's based on honor and service, there's a responsibility that there be less. So I would say in this sense, this is a strategic issue. Our colleagues here on the panel will present from their own perspective, but I would like to connect that because of the space and the mandate of the Perry Center and the organizations that are here. Let me briefly introduce our speakers. We have Dr. Alice Driver, who is a journalist who covers violence against women issues in Mexico. I think it's unique to have her here with us because she comes from outside the Beltway and has maybe a different perspective. She moves between Arkansas and Mexico City. And I think she'll have some very interesting contributions here. Next to her, we have Dr. Guadalupe Correa Cabrera from George Mason University, who I understand before being at George Mason was in Rio Grande, Texas State. And so she also comes from outside the Beltway and has some perspectives that can share with that. And then from the Office of Global Women's Affairs at the Department of State, we have Ms. Leora Falk, who will talk about the efforts that State Department is making to include this as an issue of statecraft and diplomacy and international development aid. So without any further ado, let me give the microphone to Dr. Alice Driver.
Thank you so much for having me. It is a delight to be here because this is an issue that has been an important part of my life. And I want to start out by talking about the women who are making change in Mexico. I'm thinking of the march that took place on International Women's Day. I'm watching women scaling monuments with speed, with fierceness to put up signs with the names of women and girls who have been murdered. And watching that motivates me, it inspires me, and I think this is the future, and this is who these young women are organizing and demanding change in Mexico. And the response of the government and of the president, who I will not name because he has not earned that respect, is to criminalize women scaling monuments, to criminalize women who spray paint the names of victims of femicide, which currently is 10 women and girls per day. Aside from COVID, you could say it's one of the great problems of violence that Mexico is facing and that many countries are facing in the pandemic, because women and girls are suddenly at home with men who are violent and who are abusers, and they cannot escape that. And what is the state doing? The state is criminalizing women who are protesting violence. So that's the dynamic I want to set up, because I'm not going to talk about the president. I'm going to talk about the women who I have met, who I have interviewed in Mexico, who are working to change these issues and to show how this has been a very long-term fight, really on the part of individual women, not on the part of the state, not funded by the state, if anything funded by NGOs and the United Nations, for example, which funds the observatory that counts femicide deaths in Mexico. I began working on this issue in 2008 when I was working on my PhD. And when I was specifically focused on violence against women in the context of the US-Mexico border. And I got funding from the National University in Mexico City. And so I was going back and forth from Mexico City to Ciudad Juarez. And the women that I interviewed in Juarez who were mothers, their daughters were victims of femicide, those same women have been activists it has defined their life. For example, I met Paula Flores, her daughter Maria Sagrario was disappeared in 1998, and she has been fighting against femicide since that day, raising money, marching, organizing, forming organizations that are against femicide. And her life, while inspiring, is also an example of how women who protest femicide then come under threat for that work. Several of the mothers who I interviewed then survived attempted assassination, and ironically, they fled to Mexico City. So I ended up living in Mexico City with some of the women and children whose families had been affected by femicide on the border. And so one of the issues that I've continued to face over the years is interacting with people, often men, who say, what is femicide? Femicide is unnecessary. Every person who's killed, it's a homicide. And this is a discussion I've had with journalists, with politicians. I think if you've ever watched the morning meetings with the president of Mexico, you've seen him display this attitude to journalists who ask about violence. And it's this complete disinterest in funding, researching, and categorizing issues related to violence against women. Because if you don't study it and you don't record it, and we don't know the structures that are causing these deaths, because it is not simply a body and a manifestation of physical violence, it's all of the structures behind that violence that are of interest to me, for example. And it's culturally, it's a very difficult thing to witness. For example, in 2020, a very high-profile case of femicide in Mexico City was a woman who was murdered and skinned alive by her partner. And in the media, what happens immediately? Let's publish a photo of her completely destroyed body. Let's put a title that says crime of passion. Is this a crime of passion? Why are we still describing women who suffer this kind of violence as if it's some, love story? And aside from that, the media immediately interviewed the perpetrator, saying, these are the things that this woman did to make me mad and to cause this violence. So there's all these structures that I, as a journalist, think that we need to systematically enforce in reporting about the way we're talking about women who are victims of violence. Because to me, it's interesting that, for example, crime novels and movies and all, there's a huge boom in selling violence against women, and yet we are not interested in the structures that put women at risk for violence, which are, for example, I'm going to go back to Paula Flores, whose daughter Maria Sagrario was 17 when she was disappeared in 1998. Maria Sagrario was working at a maquiladora, at a factory on the US-Mexico border, which these factories employ predominantly women, many of them young or underage, because women are more docile, because they have small hands, which are excellent for putting together parts, medical parts. And there's this incredible scene from a documentary about these workers, and it's all these women lined up in the desert doing the motions that they do, 12 hours a day at the factory. So this is the women. And so all of these things are pertinent because these structures that put women at risk for violence are all based on sexist ideas in hiring, in paying, in treatment of women. So these women, like Maria Sagrario, are young, underpaid, probably working in conditions that, where there's really no workplace, there's no enforcement of anything related to sexual harassment or anything like that. In the case of Maria Sagrario, she was required to participate in beauty pageants at the factory, where women would be crowned, most beautiful worker. And so she, like a lot of women in these kinds of positions, she's underpaid. She's living on the periphery of the city. This is in Juarez. She, in an area where there's no lighting, no roads. I mean, it's just pure desert. You're driving through pure desert. No police. And so all of these conditions put women at risk for this kind of violence. And it was discovered eventually that Maria Sagrario, someone, a man, had asked her out and she had rejected him, and he kidnapped her, killed her, and threw her body in the desert. And the issue of, what is femicide? I've had other journalists like Charles Bowden, who's a journalist who really wrote a lot about women and violence, but he said, you can never know what a man was thinking when he killed someone. So there's no point in defining femicide. And, it's about power structures and thinking about, a lot of these victims, it is an issue of power, of a man being rejected or a man feeling that he has some ownership over a woman, and then all the structures that surround that, from the maquiladora to police who say, this girl who went missing is probably, ran off with her boyfriend. And these are all issues, structural issues that I've seen in my reporting. And while I wish I could say that the state has really contributed to stopping femicide, unfortunately, it has really been individual women and activists who have been doing that work, and who did in 2012 manage to get Mexico to pass a law criminalizing femicide. You can go to jail for 45 to 65 years, which is a huge step forward to recognize it, to define it, to criminalize it. I mean, the next part of the question is anyone being put in jail for femicide? I have not yet seen that part of the enforcement. And so you know, right now, what brings me hope and what you know, the people that I'm looking at for inspiration are really young activists and young women who are out in the streets, who are making these crimes visible. And I'm just going to end with an image that has stayed with me for a long time, which is from, I believe it was last year's International Women's Day. And I was in Mexico City, and all of these young women organized to write down the hundreds and hundreds of names of all of the victims of femicide in the Zocalo, which is the big square in Mexico City. And someone used a drone to take a picture from above, and it just gave you the visual impact, the power of the creativity of these young women. That is what stays with me, and that is what I truly think will change the situation in Mexico.
Thank you, Dr. Driver, for connecting the very personal to the broader structural and policy objectives. So now I'll ask Dr. Correa Cabrera to share her comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the talk. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk about violence against women. And I'm from Mexico. I lived at the border, the US-Mexico border in the city of Brownsville, Texas for 8 years. And I had the opportunity to travel along the migrant routes and understand a little bit about the push and pull factors of undocumented, irregular immigration from the Northern Triangle then to the United States. And I have been able to observe how the situation has grown and extended violence against women along these migrant routes, and the different violence that women experience in their own countries is reproduced along the migrant routes and is reproduced in the places where they migrate, where they are immigrants. I have been able to talk to a number of women that come from a situation of domestic violence or different types of violence at their job, at their home. And that is a push factor in itself. And when they have traveled to the north or towards the United States, and when I was starting my work in 2014, when an unaccompanied minor crisis made me realize that this was a very, very important problem, because I was studying when I was in Brownsville different forms of organized crime and the connection of criminal organizations with different activities. I realized that the tragedy of women and girls, also the tragedy of men and boys, but criminal organizations had more effect in different ways on the journeys of migrant women and girls. And it's interesting and important to separate some of the different types of violence that women and men live along the migrant routes. Just very recently, and recently, when I'm talking about recently, I would say since probably the year 2018, when this was visible, transcontinental migration and migrants coming from different parts of the world, starting from Chile, or their journey from Chile, the Caribbean, of course, Haiti, Cuba, and they entered through Guyana or Chile or Brazil and Ecuador, and they are starting their journey to the north. They encounter different dangers. And a second part of my journey to understand how different types of violence or phenomenon coincide and affect the life of those who are looking for a better life, but in the way they find a more difficult situation sometimes than the situation that they left, but they continue because it's difficult to stay there or to go back. In the quest for or trying to understand that and considering the new trajectories, the new phenomena, I started to interview people that were traveling in migrant caravans, and after that, that were coming, in bigger groups from the Caribbean or from the African continent or Southeast Asia, and it was easier to see them in cities like Tapachula, where there were always already very difficult situation for women and men, but for women in particular. I was studying the connection between human smuggling, human trafficking, and the role that criminal organizations of different types play in this phenomena. And in the end, I realized that the connection between the three affects more women and men. And we have to also separate different type of phenomena of violence. When I went to Tapachula, and I saw that a number of women from the Northern Triangle wanted to be there and work there to continue their trip north. Many of them had to stay there, and they were subject to all sorts of abuses. And they tried to find a job in Tapachula, trying to, participate in domestic work or in a restaurant, and they ended up in a situation of domestic abuse or sexual exploitation, and without them wanting to do that. There were other women that I interviewed just to understand the relationship between these three phenomena, and some of them were taking contraceptives since the beginning because they knew that they were going to be attacked along the way. And the worst experience that I've learned about, usually sometimes we romanticized certain forms of social interactions, and when migrants go by themselves, in a group with the help of a smuggler. And smuggling networks are very important right now to explain to us why people from different parts of the world are taking this very dangerous journey and are helping people to do that. And it has been very, very difficult for me to see that, because, for example, this woman that was in one of the shelters in Oaxaca, she had been raped by some criminal groups, different men, a number of men, and she had found themselves alone. They left her alone, and she met the people who were in the group. They were assaulted by this criminal group, and she was raped also by the members of the group that she was at. So they receive different types of violence along the migration routes. They start from a situation of abuse, sometimes domestic abuse, and when they leave this situation in the quest of looking for a better life, they find themselves subject to different forms of violence, either trying to find a job, without having the possibility of continuing, they end up exploited sexually, like in the case of the women that I know in Tapachula that never were able to continue their journey north, and they stayed in a situation. Some of them became addicted to drugs. Some of them decided that they couldn't continue. They had a job, but they have their kids in Central America. And so they continued in this situation, and there are many ways that help them to forget what they are right now in when they are doing this. And this woman that I'm talking about, that I was able to meet in this migrant shelter, she was abused by the criminal group that assaulted the group, by her own companions, the people that were there, and she became pregnant. That's just one story of many that we can know of when we analyze the dangerous journey for women and girls. Sexual exploitation, domestic abuse, and once they arrive to the United States, there are a number of ways that they also tell you about what is happening. In the context, and I recently wrote a paper trying to put together all these experiences and trying to come up with some policy proposals. The Build Back Better framework was already considering legal pathways for undocumented immigration. And that's something that it's very important to make this journey less complex, less complicated. And women are left invisible, migrants are invisible, and women and girls are even more invisible because they are subject to specific forms of violence. And in these policy proposals to open open possibilities for legal migration pathways are important. However, also if you think about the temporary visas and the situation that women and men, women and girls, men and boys are living in the United States, with those visas is very complicated. I was talking to Alice earlier on about this, and we have to understand several things. Women here also don't report the abuses that they live at their workplace, particularly now with the COVID-19 pandemic, with crisis economic crisis, the world economic crisis, and also right now the war that it's taking place in Eurasia, not only in Ukraine, because it will be extended. And many more people from different parts of the world are going to take this very dangerous journey with the help of a migrant smuggler. And this is going to put them in the hands of many more criminal groups. Of course, human trafficking rings, criminal organizations of different type, and men who abuse and want to or promise to provide them ways to continue their journey. So it's a tragedy right now, and we're going to see more people trying to escape their realities because of the world economic crisis, because of the armed conflicts. And what are the avenues that we are providing for those who are escaping the situation where they have? And women are extremely vulnerable in that journey. So we have to think about it, and the developed world the global north has to understand that they have to open the spaces for those who are escaping from poverty or violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that additional context and contour to the discussion. And I will ask Ms. Falk from the Department of State, Office of Global Women's Issues, to talk about how we're addressing this from a policy perspective, but also recognize that these are debates, especially around migration. What's the proper balance between facilitating safe and legal migration, but also supporting the development of conditions that allow people to stay at their home and stay in their home countries, because many of them, given the choice, would rather stay home. But what is the Department of State doing, and how are they looking at this, and how can this help further the conversation? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm from the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues in the U.S. Department of State, and one of our goals is to integrate these issues of gender into all of the work that the State Department does. We joke that the best outcome for SGE, or the Global Women's Issues Office, is to be no longer necessary, because everyone is already thinking about gender in everything that they do. And I think, unfortunately, the stories that both of you just highlighted show how far we are from that goal, because for so many other elements of security studies, nobody needs a horrible story or a horrific photo in order to be convinced that this is a security issue. We don't talk about the horrific stories that are needed for underfunded defense departments, or for even for sending diplomats abroad. But when we talk about gender-based violence, we don't often talk about it as a security issue. And I'm grateful for the Perry Center and for SAIS for framing it in that context, because we really absolutely do see it as a security issue. And we saw that on the last panel as well. And I think some of the questions that came out of the last panel further this idea that it's women, peace, and security is one element of what needs to be a holistic approach. And we in the US government are trying to do that in part through the strategies that we were talking about, including the root causes of migration strategy, where gender-based violence is recognized as one of the 5 pillars of the root causes of migration. And the idea behind that is that we want to address the root causes so that people can stay. And I don't see gender-based violence as a separate element that is addressed, while we list 5 pillars, climate change, impunity, corruption, criminal organizations, and gender-based violence, I see gender in all of them and aspects of gender-based violence in all of them. And of course, we understand that gender-based violence is reduced when impunity and crime rates in general are reduced, but it's also not enough to say like, well, we're just going to address general crime rates. You have to take a specific gender lens and say, no, we have to look at the elements that contribute to gender-based violence in and of itself, and not only because gender-based violence is a human rights issue, but because the status of women is a leading indicator of the status of democracy. So when we talk about national security, we want to talk about stability, we want to talk about migration routes, we want to talk about whether we'll see a democracy last into the next century. And all of that comes back to what is happening to the woman. And so because of that, preventing and responding to all forms of gender-based violence remains a cornerstone of the US government's commitment to promoting democracy, advancing human rights, and furthering gender equality and empowerment. So and I want to also acknowledge that the COVID pandemic came with a shadow pandemic of gender-based violence, particularly intimate partner violence, but not only, because so many of the resources for survivors were gutted during the pandemic, either because people physically couldn't access the resources, employees couldn't get there, or because money was moved from shelters to pandemic response. So ironically, there was moved from shelters to keeping people in their homes, so sometimes keeping them with abusers. And so that now, when we're looking towards recovery, we need to really look at a gender-sensitive approach to recovery that includes the disproportionate impact of care responsibilities on women, the differentiated impacts, economic impacts, and the gender-based violence impacts. And we are seeing that. There's a lot of creative work that's happening across the region on that. Going back to what we do with gender-based violence, we look at it from multiple angles. We recognize that we have to address the historical, cultural, and social expectations and other factors that contribute to gender-based violence. So in a country where young boys and girls oftentimes think it is okay, it is expected that a boyfriend would be jealous of a girl going out without him, that attitude is going to contribute to gender-based violence. And we're sensitive to the cultures. We're not trying to come in and change it, but we're working to challenge that. Then there's the actual capacity for responding to, investigating, and prosecuting gender-based violence without re-traumatizing the survivors. Then there's the broad issue of impunity. What happens after that investigation and that prosecution begins? Does it go through? Are the perpetrators ever brought to justice, which both of you brought up, even if they are found and identified? And lastly, but not least, resources for survivors. When a woman is a victim, or when anyone is a victim of gender-based violence, what resources are available to her? And so I want to just highlight some of the programs in diplomacy that we are doing. And when I say we, I mean broadly. You heard from my colleagues in the Department of Defense, and I'm also touching on things that are funded by USAID as well as the State Department. So on the addressing the gender norms, one of the programs that we have is called She's Great, which teaches science and technology skills, and also at the same time asks boys and girls to challenge the gender norms that they understand. So starting with the youth to say, there are other ways to approach this. There are other ways to look at the way that you interact with each other. And in doing so, challenges the normalization of gender-based violence. On impunity, we provide trainings and judicial and legal capacity building, and shared resources. So a huge one, which we've talked about already, is the Women, Peace, and Security National Action Plans. And I think sometimes people think, like, well, why does a plan that so often focuses on leadership in the military or leadership in the police, like, what does that have to do with gender-based violence? Well, the statistics are really striking. For every 1% increase in women in a police force, there's an equal percent increase of women reporting crimes. And when we look at specifically at intimate partner violence, for a 7.4% increase, there's a 13 of women in the police force, there's a 13.6% increase in reports of intimate partner violence. Now, we know that women police officers are not causing more intimate partner violence. It's just displaying what is needed in order for women to feel comfortable coming forward in the first place. And of course, that's just the very first step in reducing impunity. Now we've reported it. So far in the region, 8 countries have national action plans or equivalent policies, and we continue to offer resources in order to develop them and to recognize that those are just plans and you have to keep revisiting them. And each time you revisit them, that's an additional opportunity to find ways to address these systemic issues that go through all elements of society. And just to highlight another event that's coming up in the Women, Peace, and Security sphere, at the end of this month, the United States and Mexico are jointly hosting the first conference of Women in Security. I should just take some of our panels from here. Which aims to increase participation in security sectors, security and justice sectors, and to address to address gender-based violence, ideally to eradicate it, but we're not going to do that with one conference in Mexico. And so we'll have both in-person and virtual attendees to really tackle these issues head on. And then on the survivor side, as I said, the pandemic has unfortunately highlighted how much more need there is for resources for survivors. So one of the programs that the State Department funds is Voices Against Violence, which is a public-private partnership that provides emergency assistance to survivors. It also provides capacity training on the emergency assistance. It can be legal, financial, medical assistance that is for the worst cases of gender-based violence. And that program has assisted 2,500 survivors worldwide, 180 in the region so far, but unfortunately every day there's more. And to come back to another theme which was also raised in the previous panel about the importance of partnerships. We know that GBV is best addressed when local governments and local police forces partner with state or federal forces and governments, and when all agencies work together. This isn't I see so many governments have a gender minister who sometimes is also in charge of running all of the shelters in the country. But this is not a gender issue. This needs to be dealt with by the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, certainly the Ministry of Defense, and many other infrastructure. Lighting is part of this, energy is part of it. All of these agencies need to come together to address these issues. So we're seeing this, for example, in Honduras. Our implementing partners work with local organizations. Again, the voices of the actual women and the people doing work on the ground are the most important. And they also work with law enforcement and justice sectors in order to address all these different elements of GBV that I've previously mentioned. And I want to also acknowledge that part of that partnership is recognizing that we in the United States have a really long way to go. We have not eradicated gender-based violence by any stretch of the imagination, and we recognize that. So in October, the Biden-Harris administration released the first national gender strategy, which reaffirms our commitment to enabling the full potential of all individuals. And in addition to that, the White House Gender Policy Council and the National Security Council are coordinating a comprehensive interagency response to gender-based violence domestically and abroad. So that includes creating a national action plan to end gender-based violence, which focuses on our domestic approach, and revitalizing our global efforts by updating the 2016 strategy to prevent and respond to GBV globally. And one way that we have been recognizing the ways that we have to go is through efforts like the Trilateral Working Group on Violence Against Indigenous Women and Girls, which is with Mexico, Canada, and the United States. And we come to that working group, which is going to meet again after a hiatus, and we'll meet in the summer. We come to that working group as a country who is dealing with the issue of violence against Indigenous women and girls here in our borders. And so we are bringing together domestic and foreign policy agencies in a whole of government approach to address that. And then I want to end also by talking about some of the successes that we're seeing, because as I've said, we recognize that our most important partners are the women and men who are fighting for change across the region. And we've seen that particularly, or I think exceptionally, during the pandemic. And they've promoted real change. In Argentina, all applicants for their first driver's license now have to take a gender and gender-based violence course. So that means every single person who wants to drive has to think about this. In Panama, resource centers for survivors of gender-based violence also include economic resources, recognizing that this isn't only about physical and mental health, but about financial independence and a feeling of self-agency. And throughout the region, we saw pharmacies step up as places of real safety and places where resources were given to survivors of gender-based violence who could basically only go to the pharmacy and nowhere else, and it became a place of hope. And on Monday, our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and Secretary of State Antony Blinken will present this year's International Women of Courage Award, which includes 2 women from our region, Simone Sibilo Nascimento, who is one of Brazil's most prominent prosecutors. So she works in the government. So this is not only outside efforts, who has demonstrated her willingness to tackle controversy and expose gender-based violence and attacks on social activists. And Josefina Klinger Zuniga, who is an Afro-Colombian human rights and environmental defender, who is dedicated to fighting environmental threats to economic rural stability and breaking down barriers to promote positive change and empower marginalized communities. So that gets to both the intersectional aspect that women who are part of marginalized communities are even more likely to face gender-based violence, and to the other elements, as I mentioned before, that climate change also has gender-based violence aspects. And this, what I've highlighted, is just a tiny slice of the work that we've done and a sliver of the work that needs to be done. So I'm excited to continue this conversation and to continue the work throughout the U.S. government.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk, for reminding and highlighting for us that we have to walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to work on our domestic governance, but also our international cooperation. While I wait for questions either from the Zoom or from the public, let me pose a first question for all of you. I'll pose 2 questions and answer the one that I think that for some people that the issue of the difference between, what's the difference between a femicide and a homicide where a woman is the victim is something that some people still don't have clear. So if you have an opinion on that, or if there's a legislation that you would point to that helps clarify that. And the other question is that for many years, and probably a generation now, there was the example of Brazil where they created the Comisarias de la Mujer to help address the issue of violence against women, primarily staffed by women police officers. And I guess my question is that, do you think that that's a good approach, or is it the wrong approach, or is it an intermediate approach to dealing with these types of things? So I'll go down the line and then we'll wait for the other questions to come in.
Great, thank you. I'll go ahead and take the question about defining femicide. And I want to refer back to a colleague of mine who is in Juarez, who is one of the first people who started recording femicides, because all of the work that has happened in Mexico started with individual women, and her name is Dr. Monares Fragoso. She's at the Colegio de la Frontera del Norte, and she started basically combing newspapers and recording women who died and the causes of their death and investigating and interviewing, because nobody was doing this work. And so her definition of femicide is that you have to look, first of all, it's misogynist killing of women, and you need to look at several structures: the type of violence, the motives, the imbalance of power, and political, social, and economic structures. So the things that I talked about and the things that my colleagues have talked about, including transportation, lighting, resources, all of these things that push women to these very precarious positions where they suffer violence, and then the structures of power aren't interested in investigating and recording that violence. And so, you know, if you're asking yourself, what is femicide? How can I know what a man was thinking when he did that violence? You do not need to know. For example, in the case of, I mean, I can think of several recent cases, you know, of the woman who was skinned alive, of women who, you know, are raped or who are violated in very specific ways. These types of violence are femicide, and they need to be categorized and studied as such, because that is the only way we're going to change this type of violence. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I want to, to answer the two questions, adding to this very good approach and response with regards to femicide. And I think that what happened in Ciudad Juarez in the 1990s really opened our eyes to what was happening and what's really different between homicide and femicide. The dead women of Juarez, they were women. They were working in a maquiladora. They were raped. They were, affected in a certain way. The violence you exercise against women is different. And many times, women are invisible. They are left, and this happens in poorer backgrounds, and more vulnerabilities made women be more invisible. And it's different. The way that they are killed, the exercise that it's injected in them, it's very different. The rape, as Alice was saying, the imbalance of the power relationship with men, it's really distinct, and it's awful. And I had the opportunity to do research on different forms of exploitation of migrant women and girls, trying to study what it's, the concept of human trafficking. And when you see how different, sex workers that end up in situation of trafficking, how they end, how they're killed, how they're disappeared. And Ciudad Juarez it's a laboratory in many ways. They call it a laboratory because what happens there reproduces, and it's more visible there because of different dynamics that shows us many of the contradictions of our society. Drug trafficking, gang violence, and different forms of inequalities that are represented in that. But women is in the center. I also remember one of my good colleagues that was working in El Diario de Juárez, Sandra Rodriguez, and she was doing some work about murders of women in Juárez, and she was connecting these murders with situations of sexual exploitation, and even situations, to the extent that the consent was not present, and they were in a situation of trafficking in connection with the presence of gangs and criminal organizations that were having like a very important role in the bars and sex work that was happening around there. So it is very different, right? It's not the same thing that, femicide shows a different reality that we need to acknowledge, we need to understand, and also prosecute in different ways. And the Comisarías de la Mujer, I believe that sometimes, and this is connected with your first question, women understand violence in a different way than men. As Alice was saying, some of the men that are not acknowledging, and this is happening a lot during the march of the 8th of March, March 8th. These appeals or these accusations without understanding what this is really about. So the Comisarías de la Mujer are important because women are dealing with violence against other women, and they understand it much better, and they don't disqualify a number of problems that are disqualified by men. So I think it's a good approach. It's a very, very good approach. Of course, we need allies, and men are going to provide a number of resources not provide, but it's complementary. But I believe it's a very, very good approach in terms of gender-based violence and dealing with those issues. So I think that approach, of course, improved, should be reproduced in the rest of the region, maybe, right? Of course, there are many other ways to contribute, to collaborate, but this Comisarías de la Mujer should be, should be used as a way to further the efforts. Thank you.
I'll take the Brazil question briefly. I think my instinct is to say yes and. So it's very important that policies take into account the existing social cultural norms of a country. If a woman is going to be more comfortable reporting to a woman, as we see time and time again is true, then there needs to be places where women can do that. And police forces across a country need to be trained in a way where they can appropriately respond to gender-based violence and not perpetrate it themselves when they are investigating other crimes. And there needs to be additional resources, et cetera. And so maybe at some point in the future, we'll be in a place where a woman would feel equally able to report a crime to a man and a man or a woman. But until that happens, we need to be dealing with the reality that we have on the ground.
I have some interesting questions here from the Zoom. Is there anyone in the public that would like to ask a question now before I try and translate some of these Zoom questions for yes, sir, please. Please say your name and your affiliation.
Hi, I'm Benji. I'm a student here at SAIS. Regarding the U.S.'s role in funding counter-narcotics and counter-insurgency operations, how does the United States hold accountable some of the security services that may perpetuate and commit gender-based violent crimes in the course of their mission? And how do activists and policymakers address this?
I think this is a question
for me. I think it's for me, and it's good news that it's a little bit outside of my scope, which means that there are other offices that are dealing with crimes that that international police forces or international militaries commit. I will say that we encourage and support human rights courts. For example, the Organization of American States Human Rights Court recently ruled on in favor of a Colombian activist who was raped while Colombian activist and journalist first, and then after she was raped became a real activist, who was raped by a paramilitary who held while she was investigating organized crime. And the court held Colombia responsible for reparations. And so we do believe that obviously reparations is only an element, prevention is essential, but we do believe that justice can and should be carried out when those crimes are committed.
I really like the question. I also have that because when I do research on organized crime and counterinsurgency, but I never see the gender perspective reproduced And I see these conversations taking place in fora like this one, but actually the practice, particularly when when there is need of that, I don't see that in practice. So I don't know what are the approaches, of course, from the government perspective, but being in the field, I don't see that, particularly when talking about the strategies and trying to understand them. There's kind of like an element that it's taken into account here, but I don't see that very often, and particularly when we're talking about countries of the global south with needs that are considered a priority, which is dealing with the massive murder of people, like in Colombia, in Mexico, in the Northern Triangle. So, focus on gender is not frequently, observed or.
I'll add that I think that the focus is increasing and that we're seeing it more and more in our diplomacy, and that diplomatic efforts remain an essential part of even law enforcement and prosecution of state-sponsored crime. And we also have to give another example, in Haiti, the perpetrators of gang rapes were and other crimes, but were sanctioned as individuals in part because of that that gender-based violence. So they're certainly being recognized as one of the as a specific element, and I recognize that sometimes it is combined with the broader violence.
Let me just add, as the Perry Center's lead of the Human Rights Program, that there are actually 2 laws called the Leahy laws, which actually directly address this, that cover a whole range of things, but focus on 4 human rights violations: extrajudicial killing, that for anyone that receives U.S. training or equipment, they have to be, their background has to be checked either as an individual or as a unit. And the 4 primary human rights violations is extrajudicial killings, torture, I'm missing one right now in my mind, torture, and then, but one of them is rape under the color of law, which means rape by a person in uniform. And I actually have seen cases where individuals in units have been sanctioned by this. And there's even a public report, I think, on the State Department website that will tell you which cases each year. I'm not sure. I think the latest I've seen is 2019. So is it a perfect system? No, but it does even allow the U.S. to deny assistance to someone who has not been convicted, but the accusations are serious enough to withhold assistance. So it is something that happens. Maybe not enough, but it is part of the U.S. policy toolbox. I have 3 questions here, so I will ask them, and one of them, each of them kind of fit nicely to each of our panelists. And the first one is for Dr. Driver, and it basically asks you, have you done any interviews with any of the CEOs or managers of the maquiladoras about these issues, and what has that produced? The other one is kind of on, so I'll ask Professor Correa Cabrera, are there any efforts to look about to measure the structural violence, the structural indicators of gender-based violence? So not just the death and the injury, but some of these other more complex underlying, is there any effort to measure that as a way to understanding how to get at the problem? And then finally, for Ms. Falk, someone says, as someone very low on the social totem pole, what can I do about gender-based violence to raise awareness in my social circles? So let's go down the row here, please.
Thank you for that question. I would be interested to know the answer to that. As you know, if you have participated in PhD research, the focus of my book, which is titled More or Less Dead and is specifically about femicide, was on representations of femicide in the media. So looking at how women have been treated in the media. So I did not interview the CEOs of maquiladoras. I'm sure there are other researchers who have done work more in that area. In what I have seen in terms of my reading on maquiladoras is this whole kind of sexist discourse about how women are the perfect employee for these jobs that are repetitive, that are going to cause injury, that are low paid, where there's all these kinds of internal sexist things like beauty competitions, and a really important point which my colleagues brought up, which is the levels of sexual harassment in the workplace for these women. I can't provide any detail about what the CEOs would say about this, but I do appreciate the question and think that it's an important area to research.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you for the question about measures of structural violence, or structural gender-based violence. There are more and more studies that try to some extent come up with some indexes of gender-based violence. However, to be honest, I have not considered I have not seen them closely, and I don't have the capacity to mention one of these authors. However, and the reason why I don't necessarily remember, I know that the Wilson Center did a great job last year with their project of gender-based violence, and they wrote a number of articles, and one of them was on structural gender-based violence. But most of the time, we kind of like the different stories, the different environments and conditions are described and reflected into the books and the reports. It's very difficult to kind of try to measure or to say what's greater or not. It depends on how you live through it and how you experience it. And I think that the efforts to kind of measure and to say what is more violent or less violent, it's not probably very appropriate. But definitely they are considered in the indexes of violence, and there are several researchers that are trying to to quantify that. But because I am not a quantitative researcher, I prefer to look and to talk to the people that are experiencing that. So I don't have the authors in my mind or the statistics.
And on that third question, I think to go by accident almost exactly against what you just said, although I agree with you. We've been talking a lot here today about rape and femicide, which are often described as the worst forms of gender-based violence. Obviously, femicide is life-ending, so therefore the worst, but that's not where it starts. And as we heard over and over again today, individuals speaking up is very powerful. Of course, I'm talking about national and international policies, but if you are speaking up against sexist workplace policies, against street harassment, which can be, whistling. It doesn't even have to involve touch. If you are speaking up against sexist comments in your social group, or having conversations about consent, which can happen starting at an incredibly young age. All of those things contribute to changing the narrative around gender-based violence before you even get to speaking up to your local government officials and asking for more resources. So start there. Start at the people you talk to every day.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from the public before I ask our panelists to share their kind of final reflections? Okay, so I'll ask each of you with your last, yes, sorry. Again, please, your name and your affiliation.
My name is Carolina Gonzalez. I work as an illicit trade prevention specialist at Philip Morris International. So I guess my question is, there has been a lot of discussion on like the passage of laws and policies to criminalize femicides. But if there's no enforcement of the laws, then what is the way forward? Like, what are we supposed to do if there's no action by the judiciary?
Any other questions before? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Lauren Mosley. I'm a staff. I'm doing research here at SAIS. And you guys had mentioned that with femicide, oftentimes it also can include like infrastructure, lights, medical, and such. I'm wondering with the US government, but also other countries, do you see policies within the different sectors? So not just like the Department of State or the State Department or anything like that, but within the individual departments, do we also see stuff like that?
So what I will ask is, I will ask each person to, is there any other before I? Okay, let me ask the panelists to respond to the questions that they feel qualified to answer, and then also share their kind of final comment for what you would like both the public here and the public on Zoom to hear before we close the session. So Dr. Trevor.
Thank you. I'll take the question about femicide in terms of, great, you know, for example, in Mexico, there has been a law since 2012 that if you commit femicide, you will go to jail for, it was originally 40 to 60 years, and then they changed it to 45 to 65 years, which is, you know, a great symbol. It's only a symbol if you don't actually enforce it. And then, you know, so we're back to structural issues of government and power. And for example, the current president of Mexico, who has proved himself to be completely disinterested in violence against women, or even to the point of making fun publicly of women who are working to improve the situation. So it is an issue of voting, of getting more women in office, or, you know, men who are aware of and interested in these issues. I do think it's a structural, when we see more women in positions of power, we will be forced to move. And that includes judges. I have been in the courtroom in Mexico, and I was, if you've ever seen Presunto Culpable, which is a film about justice and the justice system, if you actually see the inner workings of the justice system, which is predominantly male, it is a terrifying place to go as a woman who has experienced gender-based violence. So it's about solving all of these structural issues, which I think, it's happening, but it's slow. Oh, no, that would be my final comment is, I'm looking towards, the young women who are climbing monuments and making those changes that presidents aren't interested in.
I would like to also answer the question about enforcement. And what I wanted to say the whole time is that there are advances, but I think that the advances stay at a diplomatic level or a government level. When you, and the concept of structural violence, I would also try to understand violence from the structures. Women that are poorer and countries that are poorer still have their own laws and the considerations of gender in all the politics that are, I mean, this is hemispheric, right? This is worldwide. Everybody understands that the United Nations has the goals for 2030, and all the governments that are represented there need to say something about that, and legislation is there. Enforcement the privilege of enforcement is just also targeted towards the women that are rich. But women that are poor, like the women of the maquiladora, who worked at the maquiladoras in Juarez, are going to be disappeared, are invisible. So how to address this beyond what it's at the government level and the privilege that we have in academia? This is something that we need to take into consideration, and we need to focus on solving the structural problems and also the class problems, the social problems that make these disparities so important.
Do you have anything else?
No.
Okay. I'll take the question about U.S. policies and other agencies first. The National Gender Strategy and the National Gender Strategy is not only for foreign policy. We understand that gender is an issue that impacts all elements of our work. And in fact, the National Gender Strategy commits the United States to pursuing gender-based budgeting as well, which means asking how gender impacts the budget for everything that we do. Eventually, when we get to that level, there are gender experts throughout the U.S. government who are working on this. There are certainly gender experts at other levels of government as well. There is gender analysis that can and should and oftentimes does happen in things like electricity programs, thinking about who gets access to electricity, development programs in terms of what gets developed first. We in SGE advocate for a gender analysis for all of our programs and have tools that allow anyone who is, for example, putting out a solicitation for a grant to include language requiring gender analysis in what they do. So yes, it exists throughout the US government and we expect to see more and more of it. I think I want to link my closing remarks to that question about impunity and femicide also. I hope that we don't come away from this panel thinking that there's two levels, the individual stories and the high-level diplomatic efforts. The individual stories remain an essential driver of everything that we do. And if the policies are not working for the individuals, then they're useless. But I hope that they are a first step. And we see that if you look, for example, at the State Department's human rights reports, we report on whether something is legal or illegal. And then in the next sentence, we report on whether it is the law is enforced or not enforced. And obviously that's just a report, but that indicates also where we're going, what we're hoping to do next. If something is illegal and not enforced, which unfortunately, if you look in Section 6, which is the gender section, over and over again, you see not enforced, not enforced, not enforced. That means that the people of that country are not being served by the laws. And so reducing impunity and increasing enforcement remains an essential part of what we do. And elevating the stories of the people who live the policies on the ground is both an essential tool and just the actual truth of what it is to be a woman or a member of other marginalized group in the Americas.
Well, thank you very much. I think I've never seen a study on this, but my guess is that the countries that are better at reducing and addressing violence against women and gender-based violence in a geopolitical sense, I'm guessing they make better neighbors too, but we'll have to test that hypothesis. But just more than anything, I'd like to thank the thoughtful and valuable contributions of our three panelists here and ask that we give them a round of applause before we take a break. Thank you very much.
So to get started, thank you very much for coming today. Really, really appreciate you taking the time. And, we wanted to hear some of your initial thoughts, and especially as it revolves around our first panel, which is integrating women into security and defense institutions. As the Minister of Government, you had all of the national police under your authority, as well as many other institutions. And so, from your perspective, looking at Ecuador, but also, looking at all of the region, how has the region kind of progressed in that area, and what are some of those obstacles that you think continue to persist in integrating women?
Thank you, Jim. Good afternoon. I want to thank the organizers. Thanks to Johns Hopkins School of International Studies and to the Perry Center. I'm really glad to join you this afternoon. I also want to recognize the organizers for including a gender-based analysis on a security forum. It says a lot about your global understanding of the violence and crime problem in Latin America. let's start from the beginning, the first panel about women in security and defense. I brought some ideas that will help all of us to better understand not only today's context, but only how usual challenges have changed over the past 2 years. Most of the available data is about Europe, but just as a reference, let me tell you about the index that analyzes European Union state members and G20 countries. I mean about women involvement in security forces. In these countries, by 2019, 23% of defense ministers were women, 23%. Incorporating women in security-related power positions is so slow, has been so slow, that according to the report, equitable representation is almost 100 years away. I mean in power positions, in public policy decision positions, Europe and G20 countries. Also, according to the same report, women now represent 11% of military personnel in these countries. Some of you may think it's a good starting point, 11%. But if you consider how long it has taken to arrive to 11%, then it is estimated that equality will take between 300 and 400 years from now. As you may imagine, in Latin America, things aren't better. Although more and more women are part of the security forces, their access and promotion continue to face immense institutional and cultural barriers. And we are far from achieving equality. For example, in Latin American countries, El Salvador has the biggest amount of military women in their forces, 20% of the military personnel. And Bolivia has the smallest one. Bolivia has 2% of military personnel are women. There are other countries that do not offer enough data to make a general analysis, but we can have a few ideas about that. Police forces usually have more women in our continent, but the amount is between 10 and 15%. Why is this issue so important? Why is it important to discuss about women involvement in security forces and in security decisions? Women's presence by itself is an improvement and a warranty of more democratic institutions. Just having women in the room. That's an improvement and a warranty of more democratic institutions. But in security fields, women's presence will provide a new point of view. A point of view that will allow to have a broader and more comprehensive analysis of security and defense, especially now that we need to rethink what's safety, what's defense. We have learned how dangerous even a virus can be. Despite the difficulties, there are also reasons for optimism. And I want to share something with you. I know Jim already told you this morning, but a few weeks ago, the first female commander-in-chief of the Ecuadorian police ended her one-year term. General Varela, Tania Varela, became not only the first Ecuadorian policewoman to achieve this post, but also the first in Latin America and maybe one of the first in the world. Of course, she has a lot of merits, but it also says a lot about Ecuadorian democratic and modern police. Her case is an exception, and we must recognize we are very far from an equal opportunities scenario, not only in security forces, but also in the positions of public policy decisions, as well as in the defense and security studies. Women, Peace and Security is the name that the United Nations have given to the Women Incorporating strategy. Violence, conflicts, wars disproportionately affects women and girls and intensifies pre-existing discrimination and inequalities. So the answer is there. Counting on women for decision-making in security forces, in Peace Corps, is fundamental, and we can't wait hundreds of years.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate those comments. Moving on to our discussion today in the second panel, we were talking a lot about violence against women, and they made a couple of really interesting points. One of them, which is, this time of COVID has actually exacerbated violence against women, and it's ever more pressing now as we need to address it. And I think it was Alice Driver that mentioned that, countries that address women violence tend to be more successful at democracies. And so, given COVID, that becomes even more of a pressing issue. So from your experience, and again, looking at Ecuador, but also Latin America, how do you view COVID affecting violence on women? And how is the region trying to address it from a broader perspective as well?
Yeah, I have the chance to learn a lot of things in the previous panel. And I don't want to go over the same things, but I think that COVID has impacted not only women, but Latin America in ways we haven't understood yet. So before going to the violence that specifically affects girls, teenagers, and women, let me talk a little about the general frame of crime and violence in the region. In Latin America, the last war took place in 1995, 26 years ago. So in a continent with no wars, we have the highest homicide rate in the world. In a continent where there are no wars, we have the highest homicide rate in the world. In our countries, violence has always been one major issue. Criminal economies have made their way to a continent that cannot get its economy off the ground. Drug trafficking, human trafficking, illegal mining, money laundering are the most prominent illegal activities now. And they are deeply connected to murders, but also with bribes and corrupting judiciary, security corps, politics, and societies. And I want to emphasize that dirty money, criminal economies are undermining our democracies. They are corrupting our ways of living. Besides this criminal violence, the region has also high rates of domestic violence, sexual crimes, and violence related with environmental and political conflicts. In 2019, just before COVID, some Latin American countries were also living violent social conflicts. Most of them were related with an increase of poverty and employment after a decade of wealth. This wealth was mainly connected to oil and other commodities prices. And when the prices went down, governments had to cut subsidies and some social investment programs. It was really hard to recognize we had been living in a bubble. Many research papers named 2019 the angry year in Latin America, the year of anger in Latin America. And it was right there when COVID arrived. This already tough scenario got worse during the past 2 years. COVID, as I was saying, hit Latin America and the Caribbean harder than any other place in the world. In Latin America, we are 8.4% of the global population, but we have more than 1.2 million deaths for COVID, and it means 32% the deaths of COVID in the whole world. How does a continent with the 8% of population have the 32% of deaths because of COVID-19? As a recent report said, the pandemic has brutally exposed the region's long-standing structural problems, and that was what happened. Now, recovering won't be as fast and as solid as we would wish. Latin American GDP fell around 7%, and there were about 26 million jobs lost. Youth and women were affected the most. Latin America and the Caribbean have gone back 15 or 20 years in terms of poverty and extreme poverty. Women's labor market offers us the same opportunities that it did for our mother's generation. Does it relate with security? Absolutely. In 2021, most Latin American countries saw an increase in murders. And I mean social violence and criminal violence as well. Schools that were late to reopen, that's another thing that happened in Latin America. We had schools closed for almost 2 years. So schools that were late to reopen put teenagers on the streets, making them targets for consuming or distributing drugs for local gangs. All these dangers I have named affect men and women in the region. But I would like to stress some aspects that are especially dramatic when we think about a safe environment for women, and they also have to do with COVID. Quarantine and lockdown policies were taken in all Latin American countries. While staying at home kept people safe from the virus, it exposed women to other risks. It exposed us to an ever higher danger of domestic and gender-based violence, physical and verbal abuse, femicides, and sexual assault that, as you know, perpetrators are usually family members. For now, I mean about domestic violence. For now, we can obtain data from the call volume to help phone lines, and it has increased in every country. In some places where we can count on more information, it's important to address that by the same time that victims' calls for immediate help is increasing, on the other hand, the number of women looking for legal actions has dropped to levels even lower than before the pandemic. So it's a fact that stop living with abusive partners have become even harder. COVID pandemic has also affected mental health in the region, in the world, I would say, as the evidence shows in the data about suicides, depression, and general violence. To bring an example, maybe the most serious one, according with last UNICEF report, 15% of children and teenagers in Latin America are now living with a diagnosed mental disorder. 15% of children and teenagers. Every day, more than 10 adolescents lose their lives to suicide in the region, becoming the third cause of death between people their age. The first one is interpersonal violence. According to The Lancet, Mexico and Brazil have 100,000 children that have lost their father or their mother in the pandemic. And if you include the United States, they make a calculus for about the same number. 1,000 children that are COVID orphans. Finally, and maybe not exactly connected with criminal violence, but also important to understand women's safety and well-being, I would like to give you another two examples, another two cases. In the emergency response, in the COVID emergency response, women have also been the first response line, and they are probably borne out. In health and education sectors in Latin America, 75% of workers are women. In health and education sectors, 75% of workers are women. And for now, they have been working day and night and under extra pressure for 2 years. Are we taking measures to recognize that, to compensate that, to deal with that? Throughout the world, women have taken extra care work, such childcare, cooking, cleaning, farming, taking care of elderly or sick members of the family. And it has been worse for women in Latin America, where we already carry out at least 2.5 times more unpaid household and care work than men. Let me rephrase the idea using numbers. In Latin America and the Caribbean, women dedicate 38 hours each week to domestic and care work. And I mean unpaid work, work made to take care of our own families. Women dedicate 38 hours weekly, while men put 16 hours in the same activities. This unfair distribution of family care has consequences in women's income, health, retirement plans, and of course, in our careers. With children staying at home, online schooling, COVID symptoms and recovery, things have been worse. To keep paid jobs, to look for new jobs, to study, to teach, to write, or to publish, everything has become harder for women the past 2 years. And we all know that women are multitasking, but maybe it's been enough.
Thank you very much, and I think there's a lot to dive in there in our follow-up questions. Kind of switching a little bit what we're talking about to our third panel, which after this we're going to talk about the role of women in illicit enterprises. I wanted to get your thoughts on what are some of those roles, how do they differ sometimes from the roles in men, and I think kind of the more important question is, what are the drivers, what are the incentives that either force or attract women into certain jobs within illicit enterprises, and what have been some ways to maybe tackle those differences in the incentives for women versus men?
I'm ready to pay attention and learn from the next panel, but there are a few things I would like to say about what you have just asked. In Latin America, let me offer some numbers again. In Latin America, women deprived of liberty represent 6.3% of the prison population. It's about the average in the world. The country that has the highest women incarcerated number is the United States. And when you make the calculus including the United States, then the Americas have the highest women incarceration number. It becomes 8.5%. But Latin America has 6% of the prison population are women. But since the year 2000, the global number of women and girls deprived of liberty has increased by 53%. So during the last 20 years, the numbers of women incarcerated has grown by 50%, while the number of men has increased only by 20. And I mean only in comparison with women. In the Americas, the increase in the prison population of women has been almost triple against men. Almost all of this increase in the incarceration of women can be explained by their participation in the production and sale of illicit substance, or by their consumption or possession. As in many sectors of the economy, there's also a division of labor in the drug industry. Women's tasks are generally associated with the cultivation of coca plants, the chemical preparation of cocaine that's also known as cooking, retailing and transporting small amounts of drugs, even on their own bodies. That's known in English and in Spanish as well as mules. As a general description of those women incarcerated, they are young or adult women under 40 years. They are poor, with only a few years of schooling, and in many cases illiterate. Most of them are single, but most of them are mothers and responsible for the caring of their children and other family members. And the last thing, the one that worries me the most, since the growth of illegal activities keeps increasing in Latin America, there's obvious there will be more people involved and more people incarcerated. But we must be really careful in understanding, in asking, why women incarceration is disproportionately rising. My first thought, and I hope to be wrong, it's because they are an easy target for security forces and judiciary. So there's not only discrimination there, but there's a problem in the global strategy, because security forces and judiciary should be focusing on the big fishes.
Thank you. And you know, the problems are extremely complex, and I don't think there's really any one solution. But earlier today, Dr. Bill Godnick has asked a question to the first panel, which now I wanted to get your thoughts on it too. I thought it was a very interesting question, and it centered around, you know, all-women police forces in Brazil, which were being created to address some of the violence towards women. And you know, there's probably positives and negatives to doing that, but you know, I guess the question is that a good path forward? It's just the same as Professor Godnick had asked. Is that a good strategy, creating all-women police forces? I mean, it is an opportunity for them to be able to address violence against women and crimes against women in ways that normal police forces don't? Or by separating it, are we then maybe, you know, putting less attention on it because, you know, you end up having one force that might be better funded than another one, you know, and you end up with that kind of discrimination between different police forces. So, you know, I'm really interested to get your thought. You know, is that a good strategy? Is it a good interim strategy moving forward? And what have you seen? And what's your experience also from when you were the Minister of Government in Ecuador?
Well, there are different strategies, so I wouldn't like to say something about one specifically, but just as a general thought, I would really prefer that normal police forces were men and women forces. Those should be normal police forces, as a normal classroom or as a normal meeting should be men and women. But there are some places that have been traditionally male places. So there are a few things we must do in purpose. We must pay special attention. For example, bringing women into the forces, because there are cultural barriers. Maybe we have a lot of girls, of women thinking they are not able to go into the police forces or into the military personnel, or studying defense or security studies, as it's happening with maths and technology. It's because of cultural issues and not because of a list of things that you can or cannot do. So I think we must pay special attention in incorporating women into the forces. It's not the same strategy. I think we must pay attention to that. In my experience, in our experience in Ecuador, for example, having separate schools have worked. Not having different forces, but during the time that they come into the force and they are studying, I think it has been a very good strategy to have different schools for them, because you can control a little bit all the pressure that the group may put over women to take them out. And also, of course, you may take care about other dangers that are there for women. So I think that's one strategy that may work. Some other things that are institutional, are laws or internal norms, are about maternity leaves, family care leaves, because those rapidly become in huge barriers to keep not only staying in the forces, but going upper. So I think there are a few things we may pay special attention, but I wouldn't say that one of it is making separate forces. And I really hope that one day domestic violence or rapes or femicides could become main security issues that every police and every policy maker is aware of.
No, thanks a lot for that. And we'll start receiving questions either from the audience or from Zoom. I'll have one more question as people prepare their own questions. But I think you kind of just highlighted an issue is some of the structural issues, which was something that was also talked about in previous panels. Whereas, you can create a great policy, internationally speaking, countries can kind of promote women, peace, and security, but a lot of it in the end comes down to kind of the structural portions of it and the resources to fund those structures. In your opinion, again, now looking at the effects of COVID, how do you view the way forward coming out of the pandemic and in terms of legislation, both in Ecuador and other countries? Is there a renewed push to address funding and solving some of the structural issues that affect, equality, diversity, and also violence against women?
Speaking about COVID crisis in general, I think that we haven't realized yet how big the impact has been for maybe a whole generation. So afterwards, countries, regions make kind of a recovery plan, because you have to fund it. You have to put a lot of money in that, and you have to decide some priorities. And I think we have tried to keep going as if COVID is already passed, and then we can go to the street again, we can take off masks, and lockdowns are over, and then let's take again all the old activities or the old lives. And I think COVID has been really more serious than that. So beginning there, I think we should recognize how huge the impact has been, how many classes, most of all poor children, have lost. If they are going to recover the time that they lost, or if we're putting new programs for them, I think that having girls back in school is going to be more difficult than having boys back into schools, because a lot of families have already get used having the girls at home, and they have given them extra care work. They are maybe taking care of their little brothers and sisters. If they are in the rural area, maybe they are helping with animals and water and farming. And so I think we need special strategies to bring girls back to schools, to bring women back to works. There's a special attention in mental health for everyone, not only women. And of course, in Latin American economies, it's a difficult moment because our countries were already having a bad time. So they do not have enough savings to put in place kind of a recovery, an after-war recovery program. That's kind of the thing I think we should be doing.
Yeah, and I think that kind of, I think that creates some of those incentives that we were talking about just before. There's a lot of informality now, and I think a lot of families have become more accustomed to the informality. And if there's no kind of formal job sector to really attract, I think the incentives have become even greater, if you will, to kind of stay along that track. So I think we're digging ourselves more and more in a hole, which is kind of gloomy. I don't mean to put a downer on it, but it's pretty troublesome.
I think so. I think we have tried to think that only ending lockdowns means that COVID has ended, but there's a lot of things to do. In Latin America, most of all, because I've already told you about how huge the impact was there. And I'm not even sure that in Latin America, we people from Latin America are aware of what happened. How do you explain that we were hit harder than any other place? It's about informal economy. It's about cultural things. It's about survival economy. That's most of the economy in Latin America. It's about weak governments, weak states, health sector. It has to do with everything. And we should learn the lesson before getting back again.
No, you're absolutely right. And so let me go ahead and see if there are any questions from the audience. Yes, so we'll start off with our first question.
Hi, thank you so much for being with us today. My name is Cristina Camacho. I'm a second-year student here at SAIS. My question kind of comes following International Women's Day and the mobilizations that we saw throughout the region in places like Mexico and Colombia of women taking to the streets to demand equality, to demand equal rights, access to reproductive health, and occasionally met with a lot of resistance. And so my question for you is, what do you think the role of civil society is in advocating for women's equality and gender parity issues, and how should regional governments respond to those requests?
Thank you, Christina. Let me tell you something. I'm the most happy person when I see all the movements and all the people in the streets and all young women there. I'm 42 years old, so I'm not young anymore, but only a few years ago, I couldn't have imagined that it was happening. It has happened very fast. A really good friend of mine, she usually says I was the first person she saw saying abortion on TV 20 years ago. 20 years ago, in most of our countries, there was no one talking about decriminalizing abortion, even in rape. And right now, we are kind of celebrating that at least women that are raped are not forced to give birth. So I think things have improved a lot and in a very short time for women. If we compare ourselves with our mother's generation or with our grandmother's generation, But as we have all been saying during the day, it's not enough. We are really far from equality or equity. And I think that civil society has made the most important paper in that. The most important role has been civil society, and specifically women organized feminist movements. I think those changes have been pushed by the feminist movement or movements in the region, and I think they wouldn't have happened by themselves. So I think it's great what's going on, but it's not enough yet.
Well, thanks. And has that effect also, I mean, it sounds like it's done a good job at maybe trying to push laws in certain directions, but then I think then there's still a gap between the passing of a law and then the structural portions of it that actually make something happen. So, you know, maybe certain laws benefit women now more than they had in the past, but maybe the medical facilities or some other facilities still might be lacking. So it's only one part of the equation. I mean, is that correct?
Absolutely. And I would like to add something. When we women push for a law that criminalizes femicide or makes femicide even serious than other kind of murders, we don't want to have a lot of people in jail. We wouldn't want to have more women killed. So it's not about getting a 40 years sentence for everyone. It's about stopping femicides. We are not interested in having better judges that do not ask how were you dressed, where a raped woman is on trial. Yeah, we would prefer that wouldn't happen, but actually what we're looking for is not being raped. So laws, judges, security forces are only one part of the message that the society needs to receive, to work on. But the results may not be counted in how many people is incarcerated for femicides or how many people is incarcerated for rapes. We should be counting how many women are not living these realities anymore. So it's just a little part, a very important one, but just a little one.
Right. I mean, the society has to accept it as a whole as well, and that sometimes might take a little longer. There was another question from the audience that we wanted to go ahead and take.
Yeah, hello. My name is Carolina Echeverri, and I'm a second-year Latin American Studies concentrator. Thank you so much for being with us today. My question is around what kind of policies should be implemented and or you've seen work successfully in order to integrate marginalized communities and, most importantly, migrant communities within the region or in your experience in Ecuador. And I say that mostly because they tend to be the communities that are most likely to engage in the informal economy and or targeted by illicit groups.
Thank you, Carolina. That's one difficult question, most of all if you relate it with security. Because from the human point of view, it's very important to integrate, to take care of what's happening with migrants and all the dangers that migrants are living when they're moving from one place to another and they are trying to cross borders. But from the security point of view, any country like to have no idea of who's coming, what their names are, where are they, because from the security point of view, that's what you need to know. And I think this issue has been one main security issue in the last years in Latin America. Most of all, after Venezuela's exodus. What's going on in Venezuela, it has been really serious, and it's about human rights and it's about security, and it's about economies, because most of our economies can't stand new players. And it's about public services. And it has put a lot of pressure in most of our countries. I hope to remember well the data, but I think that by now, in Colombia, there are more than 1 million people from Venezuela. In Ecuador, there are about 500,000 people. In Peru, maybe more than 1 million again. So there's no state, there's no government, at least not one of ours, that's ready to receive 1 million more people and be able to protect their rights. So it's a very difficult issue to address. It's a very difficult issue to deal with, most of all since the security point of view.
Thanks, and so I have a couple questions here. I have one question from Zoom, which is, what specific ways is incorporating women into security forces impact the illicit trade, but I think all criminal activities in countries like Ecuador, and how are women being integrated to make these changes and maybe ways of approaching the illicit drug trade? And then how do you feel the international community is supporting in those initiatives?
They are all difficult questions. There's some people saying, and there are some policymakers saying that drug problem in Latin America or wherever, it's only about job opportunities or economic opportunities. But the truth is, there's no business, there's no activity, there's no job that pay as illegal activities does. So it's a combination of social development, economical opportunities, but the rule of law. Definitely, because there's no job, there's no economical activity that pays as illegal activities does. So if we're trying to find something that people can make and tell them, okay, instead of earning, I don't know, $5,000 monthly for looking at the plantation, that's the same amount that's in my country, that's the president's salary. So it is not only about economical opportunities, it's about the rule of law. We must convert illegal activities in activities that are punished. And I think that's a major issue in Latin America. We were just talking before this panel, we were just talking that in our biggest country, for example, Guayaquil, maybe you know the name, and I hope you know the city. Last year, we had 15 people that received a sentence for harassment, sexual harassment in public transportation, but 9 people that received a sentence for murder. So I really think we must pay attention about what is our judiciary system doing. What are the priorities? Who's the people that's being punished? What are the activities that are being punished? Because I think that, unfortunately, one of the major problems we have is impunity. And it's a really bad message for democracies, for people, for young people, and for people that seeing the opportunity in illegal economies. So I think that's one issue we must focus on.
You know, and along those lines with impunity, you know, I'm curious to ask, and here's another challenging question, and I know you've been very gracious with your presence, and I know we're asking very challenging questions. You know, as we talk about impunity and we talk about violence against women, and we're talking about, you know, the security institutions,
But do the various security institutions also sometimes have a little bit of impunity towards violence against women within their own ranks? You know, that I wonder if that's a risk or a fear that maybe some women might have in trying to join a police force or the military. They might feel that, oh, well, you know, it's dangerous for me, not just from, you know, from the danger of joining a security force like it would be for anybody, but just from the gender violence portion from within the ranks. I mean, is that something that you've been faced with or seen around the region?
Yes, yeah, absolutely, because police, security forces, military, those are male worlds. And there are higher risks there, but not only there. So there's no such a big difference between telling a woman to go into these forces than telling them to stay home. In our continent, about 90% of rapes happen in the family. Perpetrators are family members. In the last study in Ecuador, for example, the number was 96%. So yes, there are a lot of places that are dangerous for women, but the numbers say that the most dangerous place for women is her own house. So there are a lot of things to be done. You have to take measures, separating schools, I was saying, and also having women in the room. Having women as professors, having women as bosses, that changes the game.
Thank you very much. Are there any last questions from the audience? I think we have one.
Don't look at me like that. I'm sitting here. I'm the audience. I have a question. My name is Dr. Fabiana Pereira. I'm a professor at the Perry Center. Thank you for your remarks and for your moderation. My question is, you talked a lot about the legal framework protecting women and the failure to apply those laws to women. I was wondering if you could say, in your opinion, what is the most vulnerable group? Both the one for which there is no legal framework to protect them and the one for which the laws are just unfavorable or not applied. Who are the most vulnerable people in Latin America, or if you could answer in Ecuador specifically? Super easy. It's harder too because there's not a panel, so you have to go right away.
As there are differences between men and women, there are also differences between women. There are some things that happen to all of us, but it's not the same to be a wealthy woman, a woman that a poor woman. It's not the same to have 10 children than to have 1 child. It's not the same if you have had the chance to go to the university that if you have had not the chance to learn to read. But in my experience, again, I like numbers, and I like to understand what's exactly going on, because for a long time we have been saying that, for example, having economical independence has been very important to stop domestic violence. That was kind of a presumption. That was kind of an idea that was there. But in the first, it was a big study that we made maybe 10 years ago, 8 or 10 years ago in Ecuador, a big research. For example, we discovered that women earning higher salaries or having more incomes than their husbands, they were 10 or 15% more likely to be beaten by their husbands. So they suffered more domestic violence than those that had lower salaries or less incomes. So it's important to study and to analyze our presumptions. In this study, what we discovered about who's the most vulnerable woman. in domestic violence, I will only say in domestic violence, the one that has more children and the one that's into a relationship where she has arrived earlier. Let me explain that. If the partner is your partner from the age of 15 or 17, it's more likely to be domestic violence than if you get a partner when you're 20 or 22. So the youngest you get a couple or a family, the most likely you are to live in kind of a domestic violence environment. Those are the two things in my experience, in my country, as far as I know. Those are the two factors that we proved with numbers made women more vulnerable to domestic violence.
Thank you for the great question. Thank you for your answer. And I just wanted to see if you had any last remarks. I think we've already finished our time. And if you had any last remarks that you wanted, or some words of wisdom you wanted to share with us as we go on and remember, what was discussed today.
Sure. Well, again, I want to thank you for the invitation, to thank the organizers for bringing the issue of gender on a security forum. And just as a final idea, in security environment, our day-to-day job is dealing with homicide and criminal economies and tons of drugs moving worldwide. So we tend to minimize some issues, some problems, some crimes that do not seem at first sight as serious as others we have to deal with. So I think spaces like this one are very important to realize how serious is a problem that makes people's, women's own homes dangerous to them. And if we put so many effort, so many budget, so many people trying to make streets safer for everyone, we should make more efforts, we should put more budget, we should have more people trying to make houses, schools, buses safer for women. I think that is a huge problem. That is a huge security issue too. And I thank you for considering it like that. Thank you, Jim.
No, thank you very much. And I felt that I really learned a lot today. And thank you very much for taking the time to come and join us here at SAIS in a co-hosted event with the Perry Center. And look forward to doing more work with you in the future. And please, a round of applause. Some pain that way. But nonetheless, we're moving on to our last panel. And our final panel is focused on the role of women in illicit enterprises. And we have a great panel today. Our moderator is Professor Francisco Gonzalez. He's a close personal friend of mine, a former professor, and now my doctoral thesis advisor. So please either go hard on him or go easy on him, but as long as it's not attributional to me. But without further ado, I'll pass it over to Dr. Francisco Gonzalez. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Jim. And thank you, everyone, for being here to study. It's an incredible workshop to be able to manage, to focus 3 panels on women in security, violence, organized crime. It's understudied, and sadly, it's a problem which is acute and in some places deeply troubling around Latin America. Not everywhere, but certainly in some places. And some places have been getting worse than others. So for this last panel, Jim and our colleagues chose to look at the role of women in illicit enterprises. And there, of course, there's a lot of, if you want, not just anecdotal evidence, there's a lot of investigative journalism done on the role, the social, cultural role, economic role that women have in some of these criminal organizations, from being forced to bring narcotics into the US, mullahs, all the way up to be wives, lovers of these kingpins who offer them, and it's documented, millions. It's a question of status. I've spoken about this with Jim, and there's good sociological work on this, and on that immense hierarchy from really low and heartless exploitation to being part of the big families of organized crime. So it's my pleasure to have here on stage la doctora Carolina Sampo. She's an international consultant, security and organized crime in Latin America. And Michael Bejos, who's the senior officer from the Department Against Transnational Crime at the Organization of American States at OEA. We decided beforehand that Michael would kick off, and after that, la doctora Sampo will address us. Thank you so much. I learned the trick.
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? I have to better now? Closer? Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the Director of the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime at the OAS, who was scheduled to be the speaker today, but unfortunately has fallen victim to the flu, which is something that we used to have before COVID, which is almost as if a truck hits you, but except you don't have COVID. So there's that. But I would also like to thank the Johns Hopkins University and William J. Perry Center for Hemispheric Defense Studies for the opportunity to join you all in this 4th annual Security Challenges in Latin America Forum to discuss security, defense, and gender. On behalf of the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime of the OAS, it's an honor to share with you some reflections regarding women in illicit enterprises. First of all, let me state that the fight against transnational organized crime has long been identified as a priority for states and international organizations. This is manifested in the adoption of the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime in 2000, and at the hemispheric level, the Declaration of Multidimensional Security at the Organization of American States in 2003, which includes threats such as organized crime and money laundering, and is among one of the first reactions at the hemispheric level to these phenomena. And then also, as a context, within this international structure, our Department Against Transnational Organized Crime, was created in 2016, a major institutional step in direct response to a request from our member states, which comprise the entire hemisphere from Canada to Argentina. Over the years, there have been many studies focusing on identifying organized crime groups and their actions. And as has been mentioned here, much of this research has been centered on male participation, with less attention paid to involvement of women in criminal organizations. Actually, in much of the research that has been conducted, women tend to be viewed as victims of organized crime or as occupying passive or supporting roles within criminal organizations, However, in recent years, there's been increasing research on the issue of women and organized crime, and in particular, female criminal leadership. This has been important in terms of deepening our knowledge and understanding of the phenomenon and for the operational and intelligence needs of law enforcement agencies. With no intention of conducting an overview of all the literature regarding this issue, I would like to share with you a few examples that we have found useful and that help to frame our approaches and our support to OAS member states on these issues. For example, there's a 2010 study entitled Women and Organized Crime, published by the Law Enforcement and Policy Branch of Public Safety Canada. This publication stated that the findings pertaining specifically to women who engage in organized crime found that women who engage in these activities may differ demographically from the typical female offender, more associated with minor crimes. In this regard, the study highlighted that while very few women have been convicted under criminal organization legislation in Canada, the majority of organized crimes that women commit in Canada fall under participation offenses, which is the lowest tier of charges under the legislation. The report continues, affirming that there was more evidence to suggest that women do occupy positions of trust in criminal organizations and are much more involved in decision-making than previously believed. In the same study, it was also stated that internationally there is evidence of women taking leadership roles in diverse criminal organizations. As with all types of crimes, women's involvement with organized crime is statistically low, but all indications are that it has risen sharply, with some women participating at higher levels or holding leadership positions. This kind of diagnosis has also been replicated by studies at the regional level in Latin America, and most recently by research done by Inside Crime in their investigation entitled Women and Organized Crime in Latin America, Beyond Victims and Victimizers, which was published in April of 2020 by Inside Crime and the Universidad del Rosario Colombian Organized Crime Observatory, which reveals the complexity of female roles in organized crime and questions the tendency to present women only as victims or in some cases as victimizers. Within this investigation, we'd also like to highlight a chapter on female criminal leadership in differing use of violence, which includes cases from Colombia, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, and Panama, sorry. In this regard, the report states that women's participation in organized crime groups is not uniform. The diverse roles that women play in criminal economies allow us to characterize different types of participation, forming a spectrum that ranges from subordinates and victims to protagonists, leaders, and perpetrators. Although this makes it possible to verify the very high rate of victimization within the analyzed criminal economies, as well as the concentration of domestic tasks that they take on at a lower rank of these criminal hierarchies, it also rejects the assumption that women do not voluntarily participate in criminal or violent activities or take on leadership roles. It concludes that violence and criminal leadership, while being expected of men due to patriarchal stereotypes, are not purely masculine acts. On the contrary, participation of women in organized criminal economies is not exceptional. It does not occur only in minor labor or subordinate positions. In fact, there is an abundance of examples of women leadership in organized criminal economies. On a complementary note, in 2019, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, also developed a module on gender and organized crime under its Education for Justice, or E4J initiative, as part of a university module series on organized crime. This module included a chapter, or includes a chapter on gender and organized crime, about drivers of recruitment and gender roles in organized criminal groups, and about gender and different types of organized crime, such as trafficking in persons, smuggling of migrants, drug trafficking, wildlife trafficking, cybercrime, and trafficking in cultural property. But the debate it goes even deeper. As conclusions of the UNODC module highlights, when we talk about organized crime and gender, we are therefore not merely talking about the roles that women play in the business, or women as the romantic interests of drug dealers. We are using a gender lens which will allow us to see how most criminal markets are highly gendered, with women occupying some leadership positions, but most often covering peripheral and supporting roles. Now, when you're talking about supporting roles in transnational organized crime, these are not roles that are necessarily without violence. El sicariato, the murder for hire, is a supporting role, and there is evidence that suggests that women have been involved even at that level in terms of roles and contributions, if you will, to the criminal enterprise. They also warn that these roles, however, have increasingly becoming among the more criminalized, and I think our previous presenter made reference to that. That a lot of the female incarceration is because there are women who are involved in these highly criminalized aspects of transnational organized crime, which include things like bulk cash smuggling and being, as they said, mulas or drug transshipment mules, and also holding of drugs. So these are the rules that tend to be most criminalized within our legal systems. Women often lack the social and financial capital that may allow them to obtain more lenient sentences. This, among other factors, has led to more women becoming incarcerated for minor offenses in many regions around the world. Finally, I'd like to make reference to some key findings of a report that was prepared by the United Kingdom government called The Role of Gender in Serious Organized and Transnational Crime, which was published in March of 2021. Linking gender norms female participation, and the prevention of serious and organized crime actions, the report identifies the following three main aspects to consider. One, gender norms and women's participation in organized crime are varied and highly contextual, highlighting the importance of gender analysis to programming. And two, gendered perceptions of men as perpetrators and women as victims of organized crime undermine effective response. And three, some types of masculine identity have been linked to involvement in violent crime and societal tolerance of organized crime groups. In Italy, for example, some feminists characterize opposition to organized crime as an anti-patriarchal struggle. In this context, as our member states look to address these issues and related challenges, they have various hemispheric mechanisms at their disposal at the OAS. And I'd like to take the advantage of this opportunity to briefly mention them. The first one is the Committee on Hemispheric Security, which in fact today, 10th of March, during this morning's session, celebrated a special session on focusing on women's leadership in hemispheric security. And there's a panel discussion on work and contribution of women to the hemispheric security and defense agenda, which included presentations from the perspective of public security, administration of justice, global drug program, and money laundering, disaster management, combating trafficking in persons, combating terrorism, and defense. In addition, the session of the Committee on Hemispheric Security also included an additional panel on the gender perspective in the work of our Secretariat for Multidimensional Security, including presentations from all its departments including ours, the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime, and also from the Inter-American Defense Board. And second, for particular issues regarding organized crime, the organization also has a forum entitled the Meeting of National Authorities on Transnational Organized Crime, and also a meeting of national authorities against human trafficking, both of which are currently chaired by the United States. And finally, within our organization, we also have the Inter-American Commission of Women, or the SIM, as it is known, that has become the principal forum for debating and formulating policy on women's rights and gender equality in the Americas. Now, certainly the topic of this presentation is women against illicit enterprises, women in illicit enterprises, but I think we really do need to, at least from our perspective at the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime, we also look at the importance of women against illicit enterprises, women serving as police officers, as judges, as prosecutors, as analysts, as military, as citizens of goodwill. In this regard, and as a gender philosophy for action and policy making against organized crime, we recognize and promote the importance of women as agents of change, essential partners and leaders of the law enforcement response to organized crime. I'd like to briefly highlight a couple of efforts at the OAS, including one from the Inter-American Commission Against Drug Abuse Control, Inter-American Commission Against Drug Abuse, the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission. Sometimes I get mixed up with my Spanish and English acronyms. CICAD, which has developed a program entitled the Inter-American Program for Strengthening Gender Equity and Counter-Drug Law Enforcement Agencies, GENLEA. And they also have, I'd like to make specific reference to a GENLEA handbook on strategies and good practices for strengthening gender equality in counter-drug law enforcement agencies. Having said all of that, and anxious for your questions, I would simply like to, at this point, thank you all for listening and state that the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime remains committed to promoting and executing actions in support of our member states in this area. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Michael, for that comprehensive perspective on the view at the Inter-American level, at the hemispheric level. We'll have a good chance to discuss this in detail. Without further ado, Dr. Sampo.
Thank you so much, Francisco. I really want to thank, first of all, to SAIS and the Johns Hopkins and to the Perry Center, and especially in this occasion to Dr. Fabiana Pereira, who asked me to be here. For me, it's an honor to be part of this seminar. And I really would like to point some things that, for me, are more questions than certainties. You know, I think there is little is known about the role of women in organized crime. So, as Michael has mentioned, we have some clues, but we need to keep looking, keep researching on that in order to understand what is happening there. One of the first things for me, which is important to highlight, is that women are invisible, but also invisibilized. And I will get back to that in a few minutes. But I like to start this discussion with the idea of Emma Coronel being condemned a few months ago. I don't remember, it was the last days of November, I think. If you know, she is the wife of El Chapo Guzman. And she got a very low condemnation, says? I don't know. Conviction, I'm sorry. Because she was asked by the judge to, get her life on track, keep the children at home, and left apart all the bad things she has done. Even though there was a lot of proof against her, she got less condemned than she was supposed to. And that, for me, is a bad sign, of course, of what justice And law enforcement agency many times has been doing. They are not targeting women as criminal actors. And this may be a problem and also maybe an advantage for criminal organizations. But before getting to that, I would like to highlight how the woman in general, in Latin America at least, because in some places it's different. For example, if we go to Italy, you can look for Filia Alum work. She works a lot with women in the mafia, but it's different. The logic is different here in Latin America. So I would like to highlight how women get into criminal structures. The first thing is what we may call conditioned decision. And that has to be with the idea of being born, being raised, and live in an environment where organized crime is all over the place. The lack of opportunities, the problems in getting jobs, the idea of being poor, in some cases coming from indigenous heritage, being marginalized, all those things are conditioners to the moment, or for the moment, we need to take a decision where to go. So in some cases, we can assume that they are making choices, but they actually not making a choice in an environment when they have the place to have the choice. So it's natural for them to get a job in a criminal organization. The second way to get into a criminal organization may be through inheritance. Fathers, husbands, brothers that had been dead or have been cut by justice, and in that case, women get in charge of the different business. One of the weird things about that is that in many cases, like the one I mentioned before, in the case of Irma Coronel, they gain a lot of power, and they actually got the business rolling. So they stop being the wife of the daughter of, or whatever, to be the real boss. And this is something we have to bear in mind. The third way to get into a criminal organization may be through love relationships. And I may highlight that it may be two ways. One of those ways is being choose from the criminal organizations to be the partner, wife, or whatever, or girlfriend of one of the bosses, especially when we talk about drug dealers. This is very common. And the other way is because you fell in love, you want to have a different life with someone who is involved with criminal organizations. Sometimes this kind of entrance into the organized world makes some things easier for this woman. They can escalate more easily than if they do it by their own. If we take the last way, at least the one I identify, which is they enter organized crime because they want to, by their own initiative, we need to understand that we don't know how much of these women are really deciding to go into this kind of life, but we need to assume that some of them may choose to have this life because, I don't know, they like the way it looks, because they have seen a lot, but it's a rational decision in this case. It's different from the one I mentioned before, which is very conditioned. In this case, it's different. Once they are inside the criminal organization, they can have a lot of different jobs. But the first, or the most common, as Michael was mentioned before, and also in the previous panels was mentioned, is the roles that they have like at the bottom of the pyramid. The pretty common, not very compromised shop, but the shops that may get them into jail, and also the shops that expose them to the most important levels of violence in the day-by-day life. There are small shops like, for example, extortions, micro-trafficking of drugs, messages, having messages from one place to other, recruiting people in order to work with criminal organizations. And we can take 2 or 3 examples in order to understand this. For example, in the case of Central America, and the Northern Triangle, girls, very young girls, 12 years old, 13 years old girls, are bringing these little papers with phone numbers from one shop to the other, saying that if they don't pay for the protection, they won't be able to keep on working. And they are not targeted as part of criminal organizations. They may be aware of what they are doing. They may be coercive to what they are doing, forced to what they are doing. We don't know that, but we know that this happened. On the other side, to take an example from the southern corn, from Brazil exactly, we can speak about how the lawyers in the PCC structure works as, again, people who text messages from one jail to another, one prison to another, and this is very important. This is a very important mean of communication if you bear in mind that we are talking about high-profile criminals with low communication in high-risk facilities. Some examples, there are a lot more examples, but just to give you a few. The second role, or the second space where they have a very important role, and this is pretty big, there is pretty big evidence of this, is in human trafficking. Unfortunately, in human trafficking, women act as recruiters. They also act as madams or madamas, and unfortunately, once they enter the organization and they don't see the way out, they tend to negotiate their freedom through getting more women into the business. So it's very, difficult. It's a very difficult topic, but it's a word, I would say, where women has a lot of power, much more power that they have in drug trafficking, for example. In drug trafficking, we don't know many cases of women with a lot of power. Actually, we don't at all. If we think in the capos, we don't have any woman outside. The third word where we can find a very important work, at least in the last few years, about what woman does, is money laundering. And for that, I recommend you the work of Cecilia Farfan Mendez, which is in US DC, and she works on Mexican women doing money laundering for different cartels. This is very important because it's, certain type of woman with high profile and also high income, so nothing will ring your bell when they receive a lot of money in their accounts, and this is proof, as I said. And finally, I could mention a role that it may seem new, but has been appearing in the last works and interviews we have been doing, especially related to human trafficking, but not only. and it's the role of caregivers. And the one thing I want to say about that is that this role reproduces, what we think about women as the patriarchal culture teaches us to. So it's something that criminal organizations may exploit and use in order to do business more efficient. But the most important thing is that, especially when we talk about what happens at the bottom of the pyramid, is that women act as social links between criminal organizations and communities. And that, as I said before, law enforcement agencies, unfortunately, do not target them as criminal. So they can move more freely. And actually, some of the evidence and of the last works, especially one that Laura Glank is going to publish very soon, shows that many of the women that are incarcerated, and I don't remember who, but someone during the morning sessions mentioned this, we have a lot of women in jail for small charges, for being mutes, as they were mentioned, or being taking care of an illicit while others were doing it. In that case, as I said, law enforcement agencies do not target them as criminals, and they move more freely. But they are caught in some moments because they are with some men. For example, Laura was telling me yesterday that there is a lot of proof of women being incarcerated, being detained, while going with their partners to look for something. Maybe they didn't know what, and it was drug. So this is something to bear in mind too. And also, when there is seizures at homes, sometimes they allege that the drug is not there, it's from their husband or their brothers or whoever male of the house may be. So what I also like to point out is that very few really powerful women are identified in the criminal world. It doesn't mean that they are not there. It doesn't mean that they don't have power, but we at least up to now could not identify one and only one. So in order to start closing this discussion and to open up for questions if you have, and I hope you have a lot of them, and I probably wouldn't be able to answer all of them, but I like to point out that, as I said at the beginning, women are invisible and invisibilized. So we may think if this is not a strategy from organized crime, if criminal organizations are not counting on that, if they are not counting that law enforcement agencies are not targeting women, so they use them to get more profit, which is the end at least. As I said before also, they come from environments surrounded by organized crime and violence, and then they follow the patterns in many, many of the cases, especially when we talk about the bottom of the pyramid. The ones in the bottom of the pyramid have more chance of being incarcerated, I also mentioned that. And the most important thing for me is that we need to change our subjectivity around the role of women in the communities and in organized crime. The only way of being aware of what is happening is trying to understand that it is a possibility that they have a place in organized crime and they will do business, for example, as good as men. consider what I have spoke, I would like to pose two questions to the audience or to all us in order to think. The first one would be, how can we turn community leaders into bridges between the state and the society, and not between criminal organizations and the society, in order to reduce the influence of criminal organizations? And how can we prevent young girls from falling into the trap? Because as was mentioned this morning, trying to follow a certain type of life, trying to flee from poverty and exclusion, they fall into violence that sometimes are even worse than they used to live. And sometimes are also related to jail or death. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sampo. A couple of minutes just before opening the floor, simply to try to summarize these two very interesting presentations. Michael's perspective, which is the Organization of American States perspective, which highlights the agency of women in organized crime, something which really has only become mainstream, at least in terms of gathering data in academic settings, mostly hemerographic work, anthropology, political sociology. So there's a lot, of course, which hemispheric organizations, multilateral organizations, NGOs government agencies can and should be looking into. And there is significant data, but the distance between where the data is produced, which tends to be investigative journalism, which tends to be hemerographic studies, people who become embedded in organizations for years and then write not just a tell-all, it's part of academic work. There's a significant distance between that world, at least in Latin America, more often than not, and law enforcement and governments. There tend to be few very good specialists, and they've been specialists first and foremost out of long service. So it's experience on the ground that has turned them into the experts. There's the absence of bridges. Dr. Sampo was referring to bridges more in the micro sense of individuals and the way and the roles they can play as, for example, community leaders that dissuade, in this case, usually young girls, girls at risk, young women, from joining. The situation is not, it's far from easy. I also thought it was very important, Michael, you're highlighting two sides. There are women who participate in organized crime. There are thousands of women who are on the side of the law and who participate in the public process, be they politicians, technocrats, investigators, people who run NGOs, let alone military and police forces. I think that's of the essence to understand that dynamic. I'd like to open up the room for discussion. So comments, questions, simply raise your hand. When you get the microphone, just remind us who you are and who you want to direct your question to. Thank you so much. Please.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Cristina. I'm a second-year grad student here at SAIS. My question is for Dr. Sampo specifically. We heard during our previous panel about the alarming increases in incarceration rates among women in the region. And if it follows the trends in the United States, it's likely for nonviolent drug crimes more than anything. And as you mentioned, they're in the lower ranks of organized crime, where attention and action against women in higher positions of power in these transnational organizations are not being targeted or prosecuted by the police. So my question is, what are the specific policy changes or the approach that needs to change from the rule of law perspective so that attention and resources are being better directed towards the women in higher positions of power? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Well, it's not easy to answer, because for me, the most important thing we need to do right now, maybe previously to what you have mentioned, is to understand what is happening. If we don't have a diagnosis, it's very difficult to develop public policy. And we need to know what are the women doing in organized crime, and we don't know that. The few, because there are very few reports that Michael mentioned, are really the ones we have. And the last one was a 2021, if I'm not wrong, report from Great Britain. But if you read it, it's actually a summary of different academic work that have been taking place from 2010, maybe. So we don't really have, the field report, which is what we need. And related to that, I can refer some of my colleagues working especially into women in prison, and women who has been captured as drug trafficking, micro trafficking, especially particularly. But unfortunately, if we don't know what they do, it's very difficult to plan a public policy in order to stop, what they are doing.
Thank you, Dr. Sampo. Was that Alec?
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is actually very similar to what Christina asked. My name is Alec, and I'm a second-year SAIS student concentrating in Latin America. But Dr. Sampo, you mentioned women being invisible and invisibilized, and Mr. Bejos, you mentioned the wide variety of roles that women play in organized crime, from decision makers to sicarios to mules. And I guess I'm curious, based on your presentation, what are some of the specific strengths and weaknesses of using gender-based framework either as an analytical approach or policy tool when addressing women's roles in transnational crime?
That's a tough one. Michael will start, and then Dr. Sampo.
Only because I am fearless. So the question is, what are the? If you could repeat it for me, please, that would be really appreciated. Because I lost.
Basically, I just curious to know, using gender as an analytical framework, what are the specific strengths and weaknesses when addressing women's roles in organized crime?
So, I think looking at it from a very 10,000-foot view, women make up more than half of the population of human beings on this planet, and so you can't look at something and simply not see that half, and you can't look at any issue, any social issue, and not anticipate that there is something that is happening with that 50% that is impacting the thing that you are looking at. And although in the area of crime, because traditionally, statistically, at least from what we've seen so far, unless women are very clever at getting away with it, it seems that more men are involved in crime. And so the traditional bias is to presume that these criminal actors are male. And we have, it has taken a while, and some denial of what we thought was common sense, and a focus more on research even though there is very little of that we can actually support ourselves on, but we always think we know. The worst thing is when you think you understand a problem, and you take steps to address that problem based on your understanding of it without really having done the research. And we are finding that it is a doomed strategy to do it that way. And you have to dismiss everything you think you know and actually do the research. And when you're looking at a problem, the prism that you bring as you look at that problem in many ways can color what you see. And if we rule out the perspective of 50% of the human population as we look at a problem, then we are clearly going to get a skewed vision of what that problem is, and based on that skewed vision, we're going to come up with an ineffective response. So I think that if there's any more, I could, sure.
I would like to add something. When I present this issue in Spanish in Latin America, it is easy to understand, so you will tell me if it's as easy as in Latin America. When I ask you, think about your houses, who actually take the decisions? Are the men or are the women the ones who decide what to do or what not to do? Why shall we think that in criminal organization this is absolutely different? And with this, I'm not saying that the most important parts of the pyramid are women, because we know it's not like that. At least, as Michael said, up to this point, we don't know that. We suppose they are not at the top of the pyramid. But certainly, they are better connected. They are doing a good job working in organized crime and not being cut.
I would just very briefly add that the hemerographic work on criminal families, and of course this is a very small minority of women, but usually those who participate and end up at higher places. Most of this, at least in Latin America, and work in this field really has been enriched by all the history of mafia, Italian political scientists, Italian sociologists, people like Diego Gambetta, who've devoted their life to understanding this. So at least within that section, las familias narcas, this is a phenomenon, remember, that starts within the family. It's the second factor that Dr. Sampol reminded us about. It's family. And it's not, family is not destiny, but there's usually a higher probability of women as well as men who are members of criminal families to join the enterprise. It's not destiny, but there's much higher probability. And remember that these organizations are made up of extended families. It's not just the nuclear family, it's the extended family through so-called primos, tios, cousins, uncles, aunties, who aren't blood relations, but who in our culture are. Compadrazgo y comadrazgo. El compadre, that figure is extremely important in at least some of our societies. I know that Mexico, all the way to northern South America, including Colombia, including Venezuela, it's a very important social relationship. So these are extended networks, family networks, many of whom, the case I know best by far is Mexico, where the sociologists have followed, and it's not having to become even embedded, it's just following the historical archives, seguir la nota roja, we would call it, the kind of journalism that follows crime, that type. And there's a lot of production since very early 1900s at least town middle-sized city and big city level in most places in Latin America. That exists. That's evidence. And by far, the typical trajectory that they find here is that, by now, many of these families have been in this industry 5 or 6 generations. And women form part of the division of labor in several of the top organized criminal organizations in Mexico, certainly the families associated with Sinaloa, the families associated with what's now El Cartel del Noreste, which used to be the Gulf Cartel. The currently most vicious and powerful of them all, El Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, has as a critical fundamental partnership between El Mencho, the top kingpin, and his wife, Rosalinda González Valencia, who's currently under arrest, and that's why things in states like Zacatecas, Jalisco are just horrible, and there's just completely public space overtaken by these groups. So it's not necessarily that women are sicarios. There could, or there maybe, of course. The vast majority of violent crime is committed by males around the world. And it's the same in this industry, if you want to call it that way. What they've discovered is that women are very important in money laundering. When people start getting real estate, when they start investing big scale in tourism, construction, there are billions and billions which are laundered on an annual basis, and you're never going to have the name of a top kingpin as the owner of a firm or corporation or holding conglomerate. But you're going to find many family members associated. They are legally owners of. So at least, for example, regarding Jalisco Nueva Generación today, the financial side of the enterprise is in the hands of 3 women. Mencho's wife and 2 daughters. And this became the fastest growing and most lethal organized criminal group in Mexico in the last 5 years. It's overtaken Sinaloa, Northeast, and it's that family. It's a big family. Rosalinda has 14 brothers and sisters, and Mencho has likewise many brothers and sisters. These are extended families, and from what we see, there is space for everyone. There's a division of labor that allows members to be productive, if by productive you mean raising sales and profits, and includes men and women.
If I may add something, just to compare. If we speak about the Primeiro Comando da Capital in Brazil, the PCC, we cannot find any woman, at least as Francisco just said, so clearly involved. Actually, it's said that most of the capos from the Primeiro Comando da Capital doesn't want their family to be involved. And they create like this new family from the prison-based organization. There are women, but they are not the family members of the capos. Because when you enter PCC, you commit yourself to organized crime forever, and they don't want that for their family members. So PCC is expanding into women, but not to the family, to the ones from the family.
An interesting contrast, and of course, if we think about the main commandos in Brazil, the main criminal organized groups, their their roots are in penitentiaries, in jail. So it's the men who are living with one another. It happens both with, as Dr. Sampo said, Comando Primero de Capital, Comando Vermelho. The origins are jail and an association of solidarity to try to negotiate in numbers and create power in numbers to negotiate, from everyday conditions in their cells to everything else. The origin in many of producing places, so imagine Colombia or imagine Mexico. Here you have families who, as I say, have been in this business 4 or 5 generations, and they belong to what you could call vertically integrated enterprises. Some of the poorer relations are the ones who look after the crops, the white poppy in Mexico, cannabis. It's the really young children, boys or girls. Many of whom, by the way, end up more often than not giving up school because they're getting money. They're part of that same enterprise. They're 2-3 degrees removed, but they know some of those. I won't say a surname. I don't want to prejudge. Some of los González, myself, we're a lot. Some of los González. There's no clear command and control, but unlike pandillas, groups formed in jails, in this case you have members of the family who live in very marginalized rural areas with little education, who are doing just tending of the produce, all the way to sons and daughters of middling or upper level people, some of whom in fact do care about education, send their children to private university to study economics, public accountancy, systems engineers, and they end up working for the organization. Remember that there are billions of money to launder, and behind this, you require not just goons, not just sicarios y sicarias. You require an incredible amount of white-collar people on both sides, by the way, on the side of the capos, of the so-called underworld, and on the official side. And that's where the door regarding collusion, state capture, corruption, impunity comes in. And there you'll also find men and women. But certainly regarding the commission of violent, very violent crime, the vast majority is committed by males. Michael? Yes, please.
Thank you. So my name is Carolina Gonzalez. I have a question, and it might be a little bit out there, but thinking of this argument and this idea, would this translate to like corrupt politicians? So that being the woman around corrupt politicians, the wife or the women colleagues doing the same, like laundering money, working with cartels, helping sort of complicit people with, I don't know, impunity. Would it be the same argument in this case? I'm just very curious about that. Thank you.
One of the important factors when you're talking about gender mainstreaming is also, one of the things that my department does is that we help to train prosecutors and law enforcement in countries in the hemisphere to investigate and prosecute transnational organized crime. Transnational organized crime has many forms, including money laundering, corruption, bribes, etc. And as a matter of fact, I think money laundering is one of the major pillars of transnational organized crime. You can't explain the growth and power of major cartels without understanding that money laundering is a prime engine. And all of that money is used to corrupt politicians and to also by witnesses. People are made to forget what they saw. Generally, they use all of this vast money to buy impunity. And so there is a level of collusion that is taking place. So there's what we would call the dark side, to use a Star Wars analogy, the dark side, where these are people who are actively involved in criminal acts. And then there's a gray side, where there are people who are sort of in the middle that are partially involved in what we would consider the illicit economy, but that provide services from time to time to criminal actors. And that overlap is an area that is very, very much linked to high levels of impunity. Both it helps to fortify the impunity of those who operate on the dark side, and it gives impunity to those who are in the gray. So we certainly try to train our stakeholders, law enforcement, that when they're investigating these crimes, that they have to use a gender mainstreamed approach to look at. So if a police officer walks into a penthouse apartment and there are 50 tons of cocaine on the bed and $1 million, and there's one guy shirtless with a gold chain, and there's a woman not shirtless but with a gold chain, which do you arrest? Right? Which do you arrest? Who is the kingpin? And so we try to gender mainstream to help to. In Latin America, we are within a social construct that has traditionally been a very patriarchal society, and so one of the key things to help to broaden the scope and broaden the perspectives of those people who are brought up in that social construct is to open their eyes to the possibility that actors can be both male and female, and if you allow the female actor to go, it's just the same as allowing a male actor to go. It's reinforcing an impunity and allowing an actor to continue to operate and to continue to do harm to society. And so we are at the point now where there is enough. We don't have a clear picture exactly of how women operate in these spaces, but we are certain that they are operating. And while they may not be the majority, they are role players. And we think it behooves us to not underestimate, if you're looking at it from a investigation or prosecutorial angle, to not underestimate going in what the role of these persons may be, because that undermines your ability to grasp and to address the issue.
No, just, I think you have a great point there, and you should research on that, because there is nothing written about that up to my knowledge. So probably is like you said. Probably as we think from the dark side, it's replicated on the other side, especially when corruption and impunity, work together the whole time. And that's another point I would like to highlight, that the point is here, the most risky thing here is impunity, much more than corruption. Because if you don't have, something solved, if you don't punish whoever does harm, the circle keep on going. So the actors change, but the corruption will stay there. So it's very important to take a view on that.
Thank you, Carolina. Yes, Fabiana.
Thank you, Fabiana Pereira, professor at the Perry Center. Thank you for your remarks. Recognizing that there's very little work on this, as you have said, and Dr. Sampo is too humble to say, but she wrote half of it, so she knows what she's talking about. Yes. Recognizing that we don't have all the knowledge on this, we did hear in the morning from our panelists, including now turned civilian Lieutenant Colonel Turner, that on the good side, on the military, I'm going to call it the good side, but on the military, on the armed forces side, female participation in our region is somewhere between 5 and 15%, depending on the country.
to the best of your knowledge, is female participation on the dark side higher or lower than in the armed forces?
We really don't know. We don't have a clue. We don't have a clue. I don't think I can say anything. What about you, Michael? Not really, because anything I said, I don't have, the data to.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're at the phase now where we can see examples, but examples doesn't give you data. And so we really do need, it helps to lead us, but we can't say exactly how many at this point. And that's why it's important to have research. Social sciences research in Latin America lags behind, I think, many countries compared to the gravity of our problems. Many of our problems go unstudied. And if you look at the broad width of the problems that we have, and we look at the issue of gender and security, that is even a smaller subset of all of the questions about our society that we are not asking and answering. And so, but this is one of those areas where not having those answers is having a severe impact, both on our economies, on our societies, on the lives of our families. People get killed, people become hooked on drugs, and never are able to turn their lives around. So the social impact of having these unanswered questions is pretty serious. And so we encourage you, all of you, to consider this in your theses and et cetera, and give us a hand. We'd appreciate it.
If I may just add, I obviously have no data at all, but I want to think about this and try to at least offer a logical, informed statement. In Mexico, there is a lot of work, universities in particular, public universities, that studied how the government system worked in Mexico. Was a very stable system into the very early 2000s. The networks tended to be relatively firm, durable, and they figured out, not to a penny, but have very good estimates from them, from the actors themselves, from having interacted with actors themselves, with majors, colonels, generals through the years, about going rates, how much would a mayor in the capital city of a narcotics producing state would get per month by turning a blind eye. How much more would a colonel get? How much does el jefe de la zona militar get? That's the top general in a military zone, and the country is divided into more than 50. They're by no means, they do not overlap with the 32 states. If there's a going rate for mayors and colonels and generals, then that clearly tells you that whoever you are, Sinaloa, Golfo, Familia Michoacana, Jalisco, Nueva Generación, there is a going rate, and they have to pay it to operate with impunity. How many mayors, colonels, and generals are female in Mexico? I think there must be really few. And those, if I think colonels, mostly would be people who went to military school to become doctors, medics, military medics, not just nurses, medics. That's important. They're nowhere close to decision-making points. What organized criminals want is to get to the person who mans the gate, Who's the gatekeeper? Who is in charge of sending troops if there's a call, or of turning a blind eye? They're all men, they're all male. Will this be forever the case? I don't know, maybe not. But the vast majority is a male and a very macho world. Muy macho, very violent. Someone else? I think we have some more minutes. Lieutenant Colonel Marquardt, are we? Yes, there's a question, please. Thank you.
Tough question here, but quick. What do we know about the role of women in cybercrime, if there is any? Or what questions do we need to be asking in that regard?
I have not a clue at all. But I would say, would it matter if it's a woman or a man in the cyber war? Because I think it's different than in the physical war, where you can, I don't know, diverse your attention, like being a woman in the street dealing with, but when you are there and behind the wall, behind the screen, I don't know if that's matter or not, but I really don't have a clue.
Again, this is one of those areas that is even a subset of the area that we were talking about. And we, at this point, are still trying to come to grasps with exactly how a whole ecosystem of service providers to transnational organized crime fit into a system. We have everything from the cybercrime people to the money laundering people to the real estate people to the transport people to the logistics people to the pozoleros, which is a very specialist service that is provided. So we are still trying to get a grasp on all of these services and how they all fit in, because that helps us to formulate an investigation plan. And while I agree with Dr. Sampo that, I mean, who the actor is, their gender, doesn't matter except for when you're investigating, and you need to know who the actual person is, and who do you rule out or who do you consider a suspect. And if you come into that exercise with biases, thinking that your suspect is going to be a male, chances are you might get surprised. And so we try to train people to not make those very basic errors, which there are many errors to be made, but let's not start with that very basic error that rules out 50% of the people on the planet as they start their investigation.
Just before anyone else, I just want to ensure that everyone in this room understand what the occupation of pozolero means. Do you know what it is? Does everyone know? I think it's important so that they understand the level of division of labor of this industry. It's the people who are in charge of disappearing the bodies, of leaving no evidence behind, of burning and liquefying bodies in acid, for example. It's a big occupation, which, if you think about it, what does it correlate with? Massacres. Massacres are happening. That's in my country, in Mexico. And this is now an occupation. And people make thousands of dollars. Any more remarks? Final remarks?
No, I
Dr.
just want
Sampo,
to-
I'm sorry I didn't want to finish on that
No worries.
gruesome note, but it's, I mean, we have to understand what we're facing as societies, at least in, just the next door country. It's not somewhere close to Antarctica, it's the next door country.
It is, thank you. No, I just want to invite all the women in the room and all the women in the Zoom who are interested in security and defense studies and work to join our network of women in security and defense, which is called Amasuru. You can Google it and you can join us. It's the Amasuru with double S. So you can look for us and join us and be part of our directory in order to visualize the work of women in this field. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sampo.
And I'd like to thank all of you for your attention, your questions, for inviting us to speak. And I encourage all of you to support whatever Dr. Sampo is doing. She has been a good person to work with for us that has helped us to get a better grasp of what's happening in our hemisphere to help our member states better formulate policies. And that is a crucial and important aspect to what we do. Resources are always scarce, and when you spend money going down the wrong road, it's money that is truly spent on opportunities that are lost. And so, supporting the effort to have a better understanding of the issues is crucial to coming up with better public policy, and that is certainly an area that we would like to encourage young students and those perhaps who are watching from home to consider as a career path, or alternatively, and perhaps even more suited, become members of law enforcement and prosecution, and really combat these actors that are committing very serious crimes and really having an impact on society in a way that has generational implications. Thank you.
So
Thank you both.
Yeah,
Jim.
so before we actually finish, I just wanted to give the Dean of the Perry Center a chance to say a couple closing remarks. I'll just make a couple closing remarks, and then we'll do a big round of applause for everyone. So just give us a couple seconds here.
Okay, wow, what a great day. I want to thank all of you for being a part of this today. As I sat here during the day, my mind sort of raced back to the mid-1980s when I sat here as a graduate student. Thank you, graduate students, for joining us today. And I sat there and listened to some very rich discussions. And really, it is such an honor, such a privilege to be back here at SAIS to have this kind of rich exchange of ideas, where we don't have to agree with everything that is said, but that very rich exchange of ideas is at the heart, the essence of what we do at the Perry Center, and I know what SAIS continues to do. I want to thank all the panelists, the moderators, and our keynote speaker. Your passion has been and continues to be infectious. Today we have looked at gender from a security perspective, and I jotted down dozens and dozens of ideas. I have a fault of just writing too much, but here are 5 that really jumped out at me. Number 1, we should be looking at women in peace and security not as a favor to women, but because it is the right and the smart thing to do. 2, as we consider meaningful integration of women in peace and security, we must look at both the quantitative and the qualitative dimensions. These are word for word from what I heard today. 3, where there are limited resources, we must be resourceful. 4, lessons learned are only as good as the lessons applied. And 5, policies must work for individuals. So where are we today? I think that Minister Maria Paula Romo provided a very succinct answer, and here's word for word what she said. Things have improved a lot in a very short time for women, but it is not enough. We are far from where we should be. If I were to put my sort of professor hat on, I think, and to give a grade to women in peace and security right now, I think it would be very short. We've made some progress, but there is room for improvement. The challenge is there for all of us. Let us redouble our efforts. As I mentioned this morning in my opening remarks, I think the shared values, the international cooperation is there for us. We must work for a more just, a more prosperous, and a more peaceful world. I want to thank all of you viewing this today in the auditorium and those of you who are joining us online. I want to thank SAIS. I want to thank all of my Perry Center colleagues, and especially the interns, the one who is here in person, Andrea, gracias, and those who are joining us online from Argentina, Peru, and Florida. Jim, Fabiana, thank you for the superb job putting this together. And for all women in peace and security, we salute you. We thank you for your service. Please join us next year for our 5th annual forum. We would love to see you back with us. Jim, back to you.
Thank you very much. My closing remarks will be really short. You know, and it'd be hard for me to kind of follow on Scott's comments. But one thing I would say is both the Perry Center and SAIS, we're academic institutions. And what I've learned personally today is there's a lot of room for us to research and really find out the core problems that are happening. We understand it very generally, but as you really brought to light in this last panel, there are so many gaps, and we don't have all the data, and it takes people to want to go and research and find the data, because that's really the only way that we're going to be able to develop good policies to solve these issues. So that being said, I just want to thank everyone that's participated, all of the audience in person, over Zoom, all of the panelists that we've had, our moderators, the Perry Center for all the support, and all the different student clubs that have supported. I do need to give one special thanks to the person that I've really overworked over this past semester, which is Viviana Nunez, who's the student assistant, but she's done a phenomenal job at really making this all happen. And I have to mention that if you're interested in follow-on conversations, the Global Women in Leadership Student Club is hosting a forum similar to this. It's going to be in a hybrid format on April 12th, starting at 9:30, titled An Old Crisis in a New Light, Gender-Based Violence as a Global Health Issue. So I encourage us to continue learning more on this. And again, I just want to do a thank you for our panelists and everybody. Thank you for all the knowledge that you've shared. And until the 5th Annual Security Challenges Conference next year, see you then.